am back. I'm going to play once again Minecraft. When I finally start working on making some type of farms that are automatic so that I don't have to deal with a lot of resource gathering, you know? But on top of that, I also wanted to take a chance at listening to Wage, Labor, and Capital. It's a 2 hour and 11-minute video, so I mean, just give me 1 second though, because I want to actually gonna sleep. Let me grab a drink before I start. Alright, Wage, Labor, and Capital by Karl Marx. Let's go. Okay. Got my stream manager up. And there we go. Cool.
Welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the January 2022 edition. Actually, this is the first video I'm recording in 2022, so for whatever that's worth. And it's an audiobook and discussion of Wage, Labor, and Capital by Karl Marx with an introduction by Friedrich Engels. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/socialismforall. So this is the Marxists Internet Archive version of Wage, Labor, and Capital. Thanks as usual to Marxists.org, the Marxists Internet Archive, for hosting this and thousands of other free Marxist texts. Please go check them out. So Wage, Labor, and Capital was originally delivered December 1847, and Engels' introduction is going to expand more on the origins of this pamphlet, so hang on for that. The source is Wage, Labor, and Capital, the original 1891 pamphlet, edited, translated by Friedrich Engels, first published in German in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, April 5 through 8 and 11, 1849. The online version is courtesy of the Marx-Engels Internet Archive at Marxists.org, 1993-1999, HTML transcription and markup by Zodiac and Brian Baggins, proofed and corrected by Alec Blaine, 2006. So, we'll read the table of contents. There are a number of sections. First, the introduction, then a preliminary section, then what are wages, then by what is the price of a commodity determined, then by what are wages determined, then the nature and growth of capital, then the relation of wage labor to capital, then the general law that determines the rise and fall of wages and profit, then the interests of capital and wage labor are diametrically opposed, then the effect of capitalist competition on the capitalist class, middle class, and working class. So let's get into it, starting with the introduction to Karl Marx's Wage, Labor, and Capital by Friedrich Engels. This pamphlet first appeared in the form of a series of leading articles in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, beginning on April 4, 1849. The text is made up from lectures delivered by Marx before the German Workingmen's Club of Brussels in 1847. The series was never completed. The promise to be continued at the end of the editorial in number 269 of the newspaper remained unfulfilled in consequence of the precipitous events of that time. The invasion of Hungary by the Russians. Tsarist troops invaded Hungary in 1849 to keep the Austrian Habsburg dynasty in power, and the uprisings in Dresden, Iserlohn, Elberfeld, the Palatinate, and in Baden. Note, spontaneous uprisings in Germany in May to July 1849, supporting the imperial constitution, which were crushed in mid-July, which led to the suppression of the paper on May 19, 1849. And among the papers left by Marx, no manuscript of any continuation of these articles has been found. Wage, Labor, and Capital has appeared as an independent publication in several editions, the last of which was issued by the Swiss Cooperative Printing Association in Hattingen, Zurich in 1884. Hitherto, the several editions have contained the exact wording of the original articles, but since at least 10,000 copies of the present edition are to be circulated as a propaganda tract, the question necessarily forced itself upon me: would Marx himself, under these circumstances, have approved of an unaltered, literal reproduction of the original? Marx, in the 40s, had not yet completed his criticism of political economy. This was not done until toward the end of the 50s. Consequently, such of his writings as were published before the first installment of his critique of political economy was finished deviate in some points from those written after 1859, and contain expressions and whole sentences which, viewed from the standpoint of his later writings, appear inexact and even incorrect. Now, it goes without saying that in ordinary editions, intended for the public in general, this earlier standpoint, as part of the intellectual development of the author, has its place, that the author, as well as the public, has an indisputable right to an unaltered reprint of these older writings. In such a case, I wouldn't have dreamed of changing a single word in it, but it is otherwise when the edition is destined almost exclusively for the purpose of propaganda. In such a case, Marx himself would unquestionably have brought the old work, dating from 1849, into harmony with his new point of view, and I feel sure that I am acting in his spirit when I insert in this edition the few changes and additions which are necessary in order to attain this object in all essential points. Therefore, I say to the reader at once, this pamphlet is not as Marx wrote it in 1849, but approximately as Marx would have written it in 1891. Moreover, so many copies of the original text are in circulation that these will suffice until I can publish it again, unaltered, in a complete edition of Marx's works, to appear at some future time. My alterations center about one point. According to the original reading, the worker sells his labor for wages, which he receives from the capitalist. According to the present text, he sells his labor power, and for this change I must render an explanation to the workers in order that they may understand that we are not quibbling or word juggling, but are dealing here with one of the most important points in the whole range of political economy. To the bourgeois, in order that they may convince themselves how greatly the uneducated workers, who can be easily made to grasp the most difficult economic analyses, excel our supercilious, quote, cultured folk, for whom such ticklish problems remain insoluble their whole life long. Classical political economy borrowed from the industrial practice the current notion of the manufacturer, that he buys and pays for the labor of his employees. And there's a footnote there on classical political economy. This is quoting Marx from Capital, Volume 1. By classical political economy, I understand that economy which, since the time of W. Petty, has investigated the real relations of production in bourgeois society, in contradistinction to vulgar economy, which deals with appearances only, ruminates without ceasing on the materials long since provided by scientific economy, and there seeks plausible explanations of the most obtrusive phenomena for bourgeois daily use, but for the rest confines itself to systematizing in a pedantic way, and proclaiming for everlasting truths trite ideas held by the self-complacent bourgeoisie with regard to their own world, to them, the best of all possible worlds. End of quote, back to the text. This conception had been quite serviceable for the business purposes of the manufacturer, his bookkeeping and price calculation, but naively carried over into political economy, it there produced truly wonderful errors and confusions. Political economy finds it an established fact that the prices of all commodities, among them the price of the commodity which it calls labor, continually change, that they rise and fall in consequence of the most diverse circumstances, which often have no connection whatsoever with the production of the commodities themselves, so that prices appear to be determined, as a rule, by pure chance. As soon, therefore, as political economy stepped forth as a science, it was one of its first tasks to search for the law that hid itself behind this chance, which apparently determined the prices of commodities, and which in reality controlled this very chance. Among the prices of commodities, fluctuating and oscillating, now upward, now downward, the fixed central point was searched for around which these fluctuations and oscillations were taking place. In short, starting from the price of commodities, political economy sought for the value of commodities as the regulating law, by means of which all price fluctuations could be explained, and to which they could all be reduced in the last resort. And so, classical political economy found that the value of a commodity was determined by the labor incorporated in it and requisite to its production. With this explanation it was satisfied, and we too may for the present stop at this point. But to avoid misconceptions, I will remind the reader that today this explanation has become wholly inadequate. Marx was the first to investigate thoroughly into the value-forming quality of labor, and to discover that not all labor which is apparently or even really necessary to the production of a commodity imparts under all circumstances to this commodity a magnitude of value corresponding to the quantity of labor used up. If, therefore, we say today in short, with economists like Ricardo, that the value of a commodity is determined by the labor necessary to its production, we always imply the reservations and restrictions made by Marx. Thus, much for our present purpose, further information can be found in Marx's Critique of Political Economy, which appeared in 1859 and in the first volume of Capital. But, as soon as the economists applied this determination of value by labor to the commodity labor, they fell from one contradiction into another. How is the value of labor determined? By the necessary labor embodied in it. But how much labor is embodied in the labor of a laborer of a day, a week, a month, a year? If labor is the measure of all values, we can express the value of labor only in labor, but we know absolutely nothing about the value of an hour's labor, if all that we know about it is that it is equal to 1 hour's labor. So thereby we have not advanced one hair's breadth nearer to our goal. We are constantly turning about in a circle. Classical economics, therefore, essayed another turn. It said, the value of a commodity is equal to its cost of production. But what is the cost of production of labor? In order to answer this question, the economists are forced to strain logic a little. Instead of investigating the cost of production of labor itself, which unfortunately cannot be ascertained, they now investigate the cost of production of the laborer, and this latter can be ascertained. It changes according to time and circumstances, but for a given condition of society, in a given locality, and in a given branch of production, it too is given, at least within quite narrow limits. We live today under the regime of capitalist production, under which a large and steadily growing class of the population can live only on the condition that it works for the owners of the means of production, tools, machines, raw materials, and means of subsistence, in return for wages. On the basis of this mode of production, the laborer's cost of production consists of the sum of the means of subsistence, or their price in money, which on the average are requisite to enable him to work, to maintain in him this capacity for work, and to replace him at his departure, by reason of age, sickness, or death, with another laborer. That is to say, to propagate the working class in required numbers.
So funny.
Let us assume that the money price of these means of subsistence averages 3 shillings a day. Our laborer gets, therefore, a daily wage of 3 shillings from his employer. For this, the capitalist lets him work, say, 12 hours a day. Our capitalist, moreover, calculates somewhat in the following fashion. Let us assume that our laborer, a machinist, has to make a part of a machine which he finishes in 1 day. The raw material, iron and brass in the necessary prepared form, costs 20 shillings. The consumption of coal by the steam engine, the wear and tear of this engine itself, of the turning lathe, and of the other tools with which our laborer works, represent, for 1 day and 1 laborer, a value of 1 shilling. The wages for 1 day are, according to our assumption, 3 shillings. This makes a total of 24 shillings for our piece of a machine. But the capitalist calculates that, on an average, he will receive for it a price of 27 shillings from his customers, or 3 shillings over and above his outlay. Whence do the 3 shillings pocketed by the capitalist come? According to the assertion of classical political economy, commodities are, in the long run, sold at their values. That is, they are sold at prices which correspond to the necessary quantities of labor contained in them. The average price of our part of a machine, 27 shillings, would therefore equal its value, i.e. equal the amount of labor embodied in it. But of these 27 shillings, 21 shillings were values already existing before the machinist began to work. 20 shillings were contained in the raw material, 1 shilling in the fuel consumed during the work and in the machines and tools used in the process, and reduced in their efficiency to the value of this amount. There remains 6 shillings, which have been added to the value of the raw material. But according to the supposition of our economists themselves, these 6 shillings can arise only from the labor added to the raw material by the laborer. His 12 hours' labor has created, according to this, a new value of 6 shillings. Therefore, the value of his 12 hours' labor would be equivalent to 6 shillings. So we have at last discovered what the value of labor is. Hold on there, cries our machinist. 6 shillings, but I've received only 3 shillings. My capitalist swears high and day that the value of my 12 hours' labor is no more than 3 shillings, and if I were to demand 6, he'd laugh at me. What kind of a story is that? If, before this, we got with our value of labor into a vicious circle, we now surely have driven straight into an insoluble contradiction. We searched for the value of labor, and we found more than we can use. For the laborer, the value of the 12 hours' labor is 3 shillings. For the capitalist, it is 6 shillings, of which he pays the working man 3 shillings as wages and pockets the remaining 3 shillings himself. According to this, labor has not 1 but 2 values, and moreover, 2 very different values. As soon as we reduce the values, now expressed in money, in labor time, the contradiction becomes even more absurd. By the 12 hours' labor, a new value of 6 shillings is created. Therefore, in 6 hours, the new value created equals 3 shillings, the amount which the laborer receives for 12 hours' labor. For 12 hours' labor, the working man receives, as an equivalent, the product of 6 hours' labor. We are thus forced to one of 2 conclusions. Either labor has 2 values, one of which is twice as large as the other, or 12 equals 6. In both cases, we get pure absurdities. Turn and twist as we may, we will not get out of this contradiction as long as we speak of the buying and selling of labor and of the value of labor. And just so it happened to the political economists. The last offshoot of classical political economy, the Ricardian school, was largely wrecked on the insolubility of this contradiction. Classical political economy had run itself into a blind alley. The man who discovered the way out of this blind alley was Karl Marx. What the economists had considered as the cost of production of, quote, labor was really the cost of production, not of labor, but of the living laborer himself. And what this laborer sold to the capitalist was not his labor. Quote, so soon as his labor really begins, says Marx, it ceases to belong to him, and therefore can no longer be sold by him. Unquote. At the most, he could sell his future labor, i.e. assume the obligation of executing a certain piece of work in a certain time. But in this way, he does not sell labor. which would first have to be performed. But not for a stipulated payment, he places his labor power at the disposal of the capitalist for a certain time, in case of time wages, or for the performance of a certain task, in case of peace wages. He hires out or sells his labor power. But this labor power has grown up with his person and is inseparable from it. Its cost of production, therefore, coincides with his own cost of production. What the economist called the cost of production of labor is really the cost of production of the laborer, and therewith of his labor power. And thus, we can also go back from the cost of production of labor power to the value of labor power, and determine the quantity of social labor that is required for the production of a labor power of a given quantity, as Marx has done in the chapter on the buying and selling of labor power, Capital Volume 1. Now, what takes place after the worker has sold his labor power, i.e., after he has placed his labor power at the disposal of the capitalist for stipulated wages, whether they are time wages or peace wages? The capitalist takes the laborer into his workshop or factory, where all the articles required for the work can be found: raw materials, auxiliary materials like coal, dyestuffs, etc., tools, and machines. Here, the worker begins to work. His daily wages are, as above, 3 shillings, and it makes no difference whether he earns them as day wages or piece wages. We again assume that in 12 hours, the worker adds by his labor a new value of 6 shillings to the value of the raw materials consumed, which new value the capitalist realizes by the sale of the finished piece of work. Out of this new value, he pays the worker his 3 shillings, and the remaining 3 shillings he keeps for himself. If now the laborer creates in 12 hours a value of 6 shillings, in 6 hours he creates a value of 3 shillings. Consequently, after working 6 hours for the capitalist, the laborer has returned to him the equivalent of the 3 shillings received as wages. After 6 hours' work, both are quits, neither one owing a penny to the other. "Hold on there," now cries out the capitalist. "I've hired the laborer for a whole day, for 12 hours, but 6 hours are only a half a day. So work along lively there until the other 6 hours are at an end. Only then will we be even." And in fact, the laborer has to submit to the conditions of the contract upon which he entered of, quote, his own free will, and according to which he bound himself to work 12 whole hours for a product of labor which only costs 6 hours labor. Similarly with piece wages. Let us suppose that in 12 hours our worker makes 12 commodities. Each of these costs a shilling in raw materials and wear and tear, and is sold for 2.5 shillings. On our former assumption, the capitalist gives the laborer 0.25 of a shilling for each piece, which makes a total of 3 shillings for 12 pieces. To earn this, the worker requires 12 hours. The capitalist receives 30 shillings for the 12 pieces. Deducting 24 shillings for raw materials and wear and tear, there remains 6 shillings, of which he pays 3 shillings in wages, and pockets the remaining 3, just as before. Here also, the worker labors 6 hours for himself, i.e. to replace his wages, half an hour in each of the 12 hours, and 6 hours for the capitalist. The rock upon which the best economists were stranded, as long as they started out from the value of labor, vanishes as soon as we make our starting point the value of labor power. Labor power is, in our present-day capitalist society, a commodity like every other commodity, but yet a very peculiar commodity. It has, namely, the peculiarity of being a value-creating force, the source of value, and, moreover, when properly treated, the source of more value than it possesses itself. In the present state of production, human labor power not only produces in a day a greater value than it itself possesses in costs, but with each new scientific discovery, with each new technical invention, there also rises the surplus of its daily production over its daily cost, while as a consequence there diminishes that part of the working day in which the laborer produces the equivalent of his day's wages, and, on the other hand, lengthens that part of the working day in which he must present labor gratis to the capitalist. And this is the economic constitution of our entire modern society. The working class alone produces all values, for value is only another expression for labor, that expression, namely, by which is designated in our capitalist society of today the amount of socially necessary labor embodied in a particular commodity. But these values produced by the workers do not belong to the workers. They belong to the owners of the raw materials, machines, tools, and money, which enable them to buy the labor power of the working class. Hence, the working class gets back only a part of the entire mass of products produced by it. And, as we have just seen, the other portion, which the capitalist class retains and which it has to share, at most, only with the landlord class, is increasing with every new invention and discovery, while the share which falls to the working class per capita rises but little and very slowly, or not at all, and under certain conditions it may even fall. But these discoveries and inventions, which supplant one another with ever-increasing speed, this productiveness of human labor, which increases from day to day to unheard-of proportions, at last gives rise to a conflict in which present capitalistic economy must go to ruin. On the one hand, immeasurable wealth and a superfluidity of products with which the buyers cannot cope. On the other hand, the great mass of society, proletarianized, transformed into wage laborers, and thereby disabled from appropriating to themselves that superfluidity of products. The splitting up of society into a small class, immoderately rich, and a large class of wage laborers devoid of all property, brings it about that this society smothers in its own superfluidity, while the great majority of its members are scarcely, or not at all, protected from extreme want. This condition becomes every day more absurd and more unnecessary. It must be gotten rid of. It can be gotten rid of. A new social order is possible, in which the class differences of today will have disappeared, and in which, perhaps after a short transition period, which, though somewhat deficient in other respects, will in any case be very useful morally, there will be the means of life, of the enjoyment of life, and of the development and activity of all bodily and mental faculties, through the systematic use and further development of the enormous productive powers of society, which exists with us even now, with equal obligation upon all to work, and that the workers are growing ever more determined to achieve this new social order will be proven on both sides of the ocean on this dawning May Day, and on Sunday, May 3rd. Note, Engels is referring to the May Day celebrations of 1891. Signed, Frederick Engels, London, April 30, 1891. So that's the end of the introduction. Before we go on to the preliminary section, I just want to note, these concepts are very fundamental to Marx. The more of particularly later Marx that you read, the more that you see these things. But I think that every time that you go through them, something else just jumps out at you a little bit differently than did the last time that you read through it. On this reading, what stands out to me about the way that Engels was putting that, when he was talking about the worker has to work 12 hours, that's the agreement, but 6 hours he's working for himself. In other words, it's the necessary labor time to basically generate enough value for his wages. And then the other 6 hours he's working for the capitalist. In a way, I think we're so numb to this concept, it just seems like, such accomplished fact and indisputable at this point. But I mean, there really was a point in time where this wasn't necessarily the case. Like, this was a new order, and people were really just newly coming to terms with it and struggling to analyze it. And really the deal that is put out here by the capitalist in the case of you work 6 hours to pay for your own wages, basically, and then you work 6 hours just to pay the capitalist for really no good reason. I mean, honestly, what a strange agreement that is. That the tools and raw materials that people need to make stuff to exchange in society, just to pay for their own way in the world, for the reproduction of their organism, as was the subject of this introduction, basically.
56, that's
that
exactly how much I
you would
need.
just have to make this deal to work lots and lots of free hours for somebody else,
Okay, I'm halfway
just
through today.
so that you could access the machinery. And as Engels points out, the more that technology develops to leverage the productivity of labor into more and more goods and services with less and less labor, basically, the less time it takes for you to create enough value to pay yourself the wage, and then just, an increasing share is being paid to the capitalist. And again, why? Just because the capitalist basically has monopoly of force, private property laws that enforce his claim to the means of production. Yeah, we need to get rid of this. And this is basically where we're coming from as Marxists, trying to end this deal where we just have to work to generate capitalists lots of free profit in exchange for working enough to produce stuff for us to live by. That's a really stupid deal, and it doesn't need to be done. And it's tremendously inefficient, and lots of people are just working lots of hours for no other reason than to make a capitalist rich in order to have the privilege of using the workplaces we use to make the stuff that we need to live. Yeah, capitalists can indeed be taken out of that equation. Engels was right. A new social order is possible. It has been done, and we need to keep doing it until socialism covers the entire earth and capitalism has been completely stamped out of existence. Now, let's go on to Marx's portion, starting with the preliminary section. From various quarters, we have been reproached for neglecting to portray the economic conditions which form the material basis of the present struggles between classes and nations. With set purpose, we have hitherto touched upon these conditions only when they forced themselves upon the surface of the political conflicts. It was necessary, beyond everything else, to follow the development of the class struggle in the history of our own day, and to prove empirically, by the actual and daily newly created historical material, that with the subjugation of the working class, accomplished in the days of February and March 1848, the opponents of that class, the bourgeois republicans in France, and the bourgeois and peasant classes who were fighting feudal absolutism throughout the whole continent of Europe, were simultaneously conquered, that the victory of the, quote, moderate republic in France sounded at the same time the fall of the nations which had responded to the February Revolution with heroic wars of independence, and finally that by the victory over the revolutionary working men, Europe fell back into its old double slavery, into the English-Russian slavery. The June conflict in Paris, the fall of Vienna, the tragicomedy in Berlin in November 1848, the desperate efforts of Poland, Italy, and Hungary, the starvation of Ireland into submission. These were the chief events in which the European class struggle between the bourgeoisie and the working class was summed up, and from which we proved that every revolutionary uprising, however remote from the class struggle its object might appear, must of necessity fail until the revolutionary working class shall have conquered, that every social reform must remain a utopia until the proletarian revolution and the feudalistic counter-revolution have been pitted against each other in a worldwide war. In our presentation, as in reality, Belgium and Switzerland were tragicomic, caricaturish genre pictures in the great historic tableau. The one, the model state of the bourgeois monarchy, the other, the model state of the bourgeois republic. Both of them, states that flatter themselves to be just as free from the class struggle as from the European Revolution. But now, after our readers have seen the class struggle of the year 1848 develop into colossal political proportions, it is time to examine more closely the economic conditions themselves upon which is founded the existence of the capitalist class and its class rule, as well as the slavery of the workers. We shall present the subject in three great divisions. 1. The relation of wage labor to capital, the slavery of the worker, the rule of the capitalist. 2. The inevitable ruin of the middle classes, petty bourgeois, and the so-called commons, peasants, under the present system. 3. The commercial subjugation and exploitation of the bourgeois classes of the various European nations by the despot of the world market, England. We shall seek to portray this as simply and popularly as possible, and shall not presuppose a knowledge of even the most elementary notions of political economy. We wish to be understood by the workers, and moreover, there prevails in Germany the most remarkable ignorance and confusion of ideas in regard to the simplest economic relations, from the patented defenders of existing conditions down to the socialist wonder workers and the unrecognized political geniuses, in which divided Germany is even richer than in duodecimo princelings. We therefore proceed to the consideration of the first problem. So, Section 1, what are wages? How are they determined? If several workmen were to be asked, how much wages do you get? One would reply, I get 2 shillings a day, and so on. According to the different branches of industry in which they are employed, they would mention different sums of money that they receive from their respective employers for the completion of a certain task. For example, for weaving a yard of linen or for setting a page of type. Despite the variety of their statements, they would all agree upon one point, that wages are the amount of money which the capitalist pays for a certain period of work or for a certain amount of work. Consequently, it appears that the capitalist buys their labor with money, and that for money they sell him their labor. But this is merely an illusion. What they actually sell to the capitalist for money is their labor power. This labor power the capitalist buys for a day, a week, a month, etc. And after he has bought it, he uses it up by letting the worker labor during the stipulated time. With the same amount of money with which the capitalist has bought their labor power, for example, with 2 shillings, he could have bought a certain amount of sugar or of any other commodity. The 2 shillings with which he bought 20 pounds of sugar is the price of 20 pounds of sugar. The 2 shillings with which he bought 12 hours use of labor power is the price of 12 hours labor. Labor power, then, is a commodity, no more, no less so, than is the sugar. The first is measured by the clock, the other by the scales. Their commodity, labor power, the workers exchange for the commodity of the capitalist, for money, and moreover, this exchange takes place at a certain ratio. So much money for so long a use of labor power. For 12 hours weaving, 2 shillings. And these 2 shillings, do they not represent all the other commodities which I can buy for 2 shillings? Therefore, actually, the worker has exchanged his commodity, labor power, for commodities of all kinds, and moreover, at a certain ratio. By giving him 2 shillings, the capitalist has given him so much meat, so much clothing, so much wood, light, etc., in exchange for his day's work. The 2 shillings therefore express the relation in which labor power is exchanged for other commodities, the exchange value of labor power. The exchange value of a commodity estimated in money is called its price. Wages, therefore, are only a special name for the price of labor power, and are usually called the price of labor. It is the special name for the price of this peculiar commodity, which has no other repository than human flesh and blood. Let us take any worker, for example, a weaver. The capitalist supplies him with the loom and yarn. The weaver applies himself to work, and the yarn is turned into cloth. The capitalist takes possession of the cloth and sells it for 20 shillings, for example. Now, are the wages of the weaver a share of the cloth, of the 20 shillings, of the product of the work? By no means. Long before the cloth is sold, perhaps long before it's fully woven, the weaver has received his wages. The capitalist, then, does not pay his wages out of the money which he will obtain from the cloth, but out of money already on hand. Just as little as loom and yarn are the product of the weaver, to whom they are supplied by the employer, just so little are the commodities which he receives in exchange for his commodity, labor power, his product. It is possible that the employer found no purchasers at all for the cloth. It is possible that he did not get even the amount of the wages by its sale. It is possible that he sells it very profitably in proportion to the weaver's wages. But all that does not concern the weaver. With a part of his existing wealth, of his capital, the capitalist buys the labor power of the weaver in exactly the same manner as, with another part of his wealth, he's bought the raw material, the yarn, and the instrument of labor, the loom. After he has made these purchases, and among them belongs the labor power necessary to the production of the cloth, he produces only with raw materials and the instruments of labor belonging to him. For our good weaver, too, is one of the instruments of labor, and being in this respect on a par with the loom, he has no more share in the product, the cloth, or in the price of the product than the loom itself has. Wages, therefore, are not a share of the worker in the commodities produced by himself. Wages are that part of already existing commodities with which the capitalist buys a certain amount of productive labor power. Consequently, labor power is a commodity which its possessor, the wage worker, sells to the capitalist. Why does he sell it? It is in order to live. But the putting of labor power into action, i.e. the work, is the active expression of the laborer's own life, and this life activity he sells to another person in order to secure the necessary means of life. His life activity, therefore, is but a means of securing his own existence. He works that he may keep alive. He does not count the labor itself as a part of his life. It is rather a sacrifice of his life. It is a commodity that he has auctioned off to another. The product of his activity, therefore, is not the aim of his activity. What he produces for himself is not the silk that he weaves, not the gold that he draws up the mining shaft, not the palace that he builds. What he produces for himself is wages, and the silk, the gold, and the palace are resolved for him into a certain quantity of necessaries of life, perhaps into a cotton jacket, into copper coins, and into a basement dwelling. And the laborer who for 12 hours long weaves, spins, bores, turns, builds, shovels, breaks stone, carries hods, and so on, is this 12 hours weaving, spinning, boring, turning, building, shoveling, stone breaking, regarded by him as a manifestation of life, as life? Quite the contrary. Life for him begins where this activity ceases, at the table, at the tavern, in bed. The 12 hours' work, on the other hand, has no meaning for him as weaving, spinning, boring, and so on, but only as earnings, which enable him to sit down at a table, to take his seat in the tavern, and to lie down in a bed. If the silkworm's object in spinning were to prolong its existence as caterpillar, it would be a perfect example of a wage worker. Labor power was not always a commodity, or merchandise. Labor was not always wage labor, i.e. free labor. The slave did not sell his labor power to the slave owner any more than the ox sells his labor to the farmer. The slave, together with his labor power, was sold to his owner once and for all. He is a commodity that can pass from the hand of one owner to that of another. He himself is a commodity, but his labor power is not his commodity. The serf sells only a portion of his labor power. It is not he who receives wages from the owner of the land. Rather, it is the owner of the land who receives a tribute from him. The serf belongs to the soil, and to the lord of the soil he brings its fruit. The free laborer, on the other hand, sells his very self, and that by fractions. He auctions off 8, 10, 12, 15 hours of his life, one day like the next, to the highest bidder, to the owner of raw materials, tools, and the means of life, i.e. to the capitalist. The laborer belongs neither to an owner nor to the soil, but 8, 10, 12, 15 hours of his daily life belong to whomsoever buys them. The worker leaves the capitalist, to whom he has sold himself, as often as he chooses, and the capitalist discharges him as often as he sees fit, as soon as he no longer gets any use, or not the required use, out of him. But the worker, whose only source of income is the sale of his labor power, cannot leave the whole class of buyers, i.e. the capitalist class, unless he gives up his own existence. He does not belong to this or that capitalist, but to the capitalist class, and it is for him to find his man, i.e. to find a buyer, in this capitalist class. Before entering more closely upon the relation of capital to wage labor, we shall present briefly the most general conditions which come into consideration in the determination of wages. Wages, as we have seen, are the price of a certain commodity, labor power. Wages, therefore, are determined by the same laws that determine the price of every other commodity. The question then is, how is the price of a commodity determined? And that's the end of this section. I think that that's fairly clear. The section is also fairly short, so if you need to listen to it again, you can. Basically, Marx is pointing out what is particular about the relationship of the worker to the capitalist in capitalism, as distinct from the relationship of a serf to a feudal lord, etc., and that in capitalism, workers belong to the capitalist class as a whole. It's the only place that workers can really sell their labor power. And of course, we as workers need to sell our labor power in order to get the wages that we need to buy the stuff that we need to live. All right, so the next section, by what is the price of a commodity determined? And remember here that Marx has pointed out in the first section already that labor power is really the only commodity that workers have to sell. Wages, of course, being the special name for the price of that commodity. So by asking by what is the price of a commodity determined, we can determine maybe the price of any commodity, including labor power, or in other words, how are wages determined? Although technically that's the next section, I think Marx splits those up into 2 chapters. But let's start with commodities in general. So, by what is the price of a commodity determined? By the competition between buyers and sellers, by the relation of the demand to the supply, of the call to the offer. The competition by which the price of a commodity is determined is threefold. The same commodity is offered for sale by various sellers. Whoever sells commodities of the same quality most cheaply is sure to drive the other sellers from the field, and to secure the greatest market for himself. The sellers therefore fight among themselves for the sales, for the market. Each one of them wishes to sell, and to sell as much as possible, and if possible to sell alone, to the exclusion of all other sellers. Each one sells cheaper than the other. Thus there takes place a competition among the sellers, which forces down the price of the commodities offered by them. But there is also a competition among the buyers. This, upon its side, causes the price of the proffered commodities to rise. Finally, there is competition between the buyers and the sellers. These wish to purchase as cheaply as possible, and those to sell as dearly or expensively as possible. The result of this competition between buyers and sellers will depend upon the relations between the 2 above-mentioned camps of competitors, i.e. upon whether the competition in the army of sellers is stronger. Industry leads 2 great armies into the field against each other, and each of these again is engaged in a battle among its own troops in its own ranks. The army among whose troops there is less fighting carries off the victory over the opposing host. Let us suppose that there are 100 bales of cotton in the market, and at the same time purchasers for 1,000 bales of cotton. In this case, the demand is 10 times greater than the supply. Competition among the buyers, then, will be very strong. Each of them tries to get hold of 1 bale, if possible, of the whole 100 bales. This example is no arbitrary supposition. In the history of commerce, we have experienced periods of scarcity of cotton, when some capitalists united together and sought to buy up not 100 bales, but the whole cotton supply of the world. In the given case, then, one buyer seeks to drive the others from the field by offering a relatively higher price for the bales of cotton. The cotton sellers, who perceive the troops of the enemy in the most violent contention among themselves, and who therefore are fully assured of the sale of their whole 100 bales, will beware of pulling one another's hair in order to force down the price of cotton at the very moment in which their opponents race with each other to screw it up high. So, all of a sudden, peace reigns in the army of sellers. They stand opposed to the buyers like one man, fold their arms in philosophic contentment, and their claims would find no limit did not the offers of even the most importunate of buyers have a very definite limit. If, then, the supply of a commodity is less than the demand for it, competition among the sellers is very slight, or there may be none at all among them. In the same proportion in which this competition decreases, the competition among the buyers increases. Result, a more or less considerable rise in the prices of commodities. It is well known that the opposite case, with the opposite result, happens more frequently. Great excess of supply over demand, desperate competition among the sellers, and a lack of buyers, forced sales of commodities at ridiculously low prices. But what is a rise, and what a fall of prices? What is a high, and what a low price? A grain of sand is high when examined through a microscope, and a tower is low when compared with a mountain. And if the price is determined by the relation of supply and demand, by what is the relation of supply and demand determined? Let us turn to the first worthy citizen we meet. He will not hesitate one moment, but, like Alexander the Great, will cut this metaphysical knot with his multiplication table. He will say to us, if the production of the commodities which I sell has cost me 100 pounds, and out of the sale of these goods I make 110 pounds, within the year, you understand, that's an honest, sound, reasonable profit. But if in the exchange I receive 120 or 130 pounds, that's a higher profit. And if I should get as much as 200 pounds, that would be an extraordinary and enormous profit. What is it, then, that serves this citizen as the standard of his profit? The cost of the production of his commodities. If, in exchange for these goods, he receives a quantity of other goods whose production has cost less, he has lost. If he receives in exchange for his goods a quantity of other goods whose production has cost more, he has gained. And he reckons the falling or rising of the profit according to the degree at which the exchange value of his goods stands, whether above or below his zero, the cost of production. We have seen how the changing relation of supply and demand causes now a rise, now a fall of prices, now high, now low prices. If the price of a commodity rises considerably owing to a falling supply or a disproportionately growing demand, then the price of some other commodity must have fallen in proportion, for of course the price of a commodity only expresses in money the proportion in which other commodities will be given in exchange for it. If, for example, the price of a yard of silk rises from 2 to 3 shillings, the price of silver has fallen in relation to the silk, and in the same way the prices of all other commodities whose prices have remained stationary have fallen in relation to the price of silk. A large quantity of them must be given in exchange in order to obtain the same amount of silk. Now, what will be the consequence of a rise in the price of a particular commodity? A massive capital will be thrown into the prosperous branch of industry, and this immigration of capital into the provinces of the favored industry will continue until it yields no more than the customary profits, or rather until the price of its products, owing to overproduction, sinks below the cost of production. Conversely, if the price of a commodity falls below its cost of production, then capital will be withdrawn from the production of this commodity. Except in the case of a branch of industry which has become obsolete and is therefore doomed to disappear, the production of such a commodity, that is, its supply, will, owing to this flight of capital, continue to decrease until it corresponds to the demand, and the price of the commodity rises again to the level of its cost of production, or rather, until the supply has fallen below the demand, and its price has risen above its cost of production, for the current price of a commodity is always either above or below its cost of production. We see how capital continually immigrates out of the province of one industry and immigrates into that of another. The high price produces an excessive immigration, and the low price an excessive emigration. We could show from another point of view how not only the supply but also the demand is determined by the cost of production, but this would lead us too far away from our subject. We have just seen how the fluctuation of supply and demand always brings the price of a commodity back to its cost of production. The actual price of a commodity, indeed, stands always above or below the cost of production, but the rise and fall reciprocally balance each other so that within a certain period of time, if the ebbs and flows of the industry are reckoned up together, the commodities will be exchanged for one another in accordance with their cost of production. Their price is thus determined by their cost of production. The determination of price by the cost of production is not to be understood in the sense of the bourgeois economists. The economists say that the average price of commodities equals the cost of production. That is the law. The anarchic movement, in which the rise is compensated for by a fall and the fall for a rise, they regard as an accident. We might just as well consider the fluctuations as the law, and the determination of the price by cost of production as an accident, as is in fact done by certain other economists. But it is precisely these fluctuations which, viewed more closely, carry the most frightful devastation in their train, and, like an earthquake, cause bourgeois society to shake to its very foundations. It is precisely these fluctuations that force the price to conform to the cost of production. In the totality of this disorderly movement is to be found its order. In the total course of this industrial anarchy, in this circular movement, competition balances, as it were, the one extravagance by the other. We thus see that the price of a commodity is indeed determined by its cost of production, but in such a manner that the periods in which the price of these commodities rises above the cost of production are balanced by the periods in which it sinks below the cost of production, and vice versa. Of course, this does not hold good for a single given product of an industry, but only for that branch of industry. So also it does not hold good for an individual manufacturer, but only for the whole class of manufacturers. The determination of price by cost of production is tantamount to the determination of price by the labor time requisite to the production of a commodity. The cost of production consists first of raw materials and wear and tear of tools, etc., i.e. of industrial products whose production has cost a certain number of workdays, which therefore represent a certain amount of labor time, and secondly, of direct labor, which is also measured by its duration. So that's the end of that section. Mark's covered kind of a lot of ground in this section, so let's just go over it quickly before moving on to the next section. So he starts out by talking about the three factors that go into the determination of the price of a commodity. These are competition, or the lack thereof, between the sellers in a market, the competition, or the lack thereof, between buyers in a market, and then the competition between the buyers and sellers in a market. Marx describes how if there is a lot of competition among the buyers, then the sellers can basically charge what they want. And conversely, if there's not much competition among the buyers, i.e. there isn't that much demand, then the sellers are competing with each other trying to lower the price because they want to sell for something. And then ultimately the relationship between the buyers and the sellers, which is where the actual sale or transaction takes place, is kind of a function of the previous two, or at least that sets the stage for it. So then Marx makes another point. He says, well, in this whole, competition between buyers and sellers, the prices may be going up or may be going down, but what is the frame of reference? And the frame of reference is the cost of production. How much did it cost the capitalist to produce the commodity versus how much can the capitalist get for the commodity in a sale to a buyer? In other words, will they make a net profit or will they have a net loss? And in either case, how much will they gain or how much will they lose at a particular price related to whatever it costs to produce? Marx then talks about how if you're a capitalist and you have capitalists to invest in a factory and setting up an operation, you of course are going to gravitate towards producing those commodities which are going to realize more profit. However, what is going to produce more profit is always in flux. Why? Because the cost of production may change, the amount of competition between other makers of the same commodity will be changing, the amount of demand might be changing. So in other words, there are always these fluctuations in the actual price that something's sold for, and these depend on the fluctuations in the supply and the demand, but that over time, the actual price always averages out to the cost of production. Sometimes it's above, sometimes it's below. Over time, though, it averages out to that cost of production. But again, remember that the actual price is always changing. It's always going up and down. And Marx makes the point that as the price goes up and down, it throws bourgeois society into crises and boom periods, fluctuating on and off. Marx then closes by recapping, quote, "The determination of price by cost of production is tantamount to the determination of price by the labor time requisite to the production of a commodity. For the cost of production consists first of raw materials and wear and tear of tools, etc., i.e. of industrial products whose production has cost a certain number of work days, which therefore represent a certain amount of labor time." So commenting basically the first part here of the cost of production of a commodity is the cost of production of the raw materials and the cost of production of the tools and the wear and tear costs of all the industrial products that go into the production, which of course we can measure in terms of the amount of labor time that was put into the creation of the raw materials and tools and all that stuff. And then secondly, of the direct labor which was applied to those raw materials and the tools, etc., to produce whatever the final commodity is, which is being produced here. So in sum, if you're trying to figure out the price by cost of production of, let's say, commodity X, then you look at the raw materials A, B, C, and D that were used to make it, whatever the raw materials were, and the tools E, F, and G. You look at the labor time required to produce all of those things, A through G, and then the labor time applied to A through G to create Z. Hopefully that's clear. If not, go back and listen again. Maybe it will be. And if it is, let's go on to section 3. By what are wages determined? Now, The same general laws which regulate the price of commodities in general naturally regulate wages, or the price of labor power. Wages will now rise, now fall, according to the relation of supply and demand, according as competition shapes itself between the buyers of labor power, the capitalists, and the sellers of labor power, the workers. The fluctuations of wages correspond to the fluctuation in the price of commodities in general, but within the limits of these fluctuations, the price of labor power will be determined by the cost of production, by the labor time necessary for production of this commodity, labor power. What, then, is the cost of production of labor power? It is the cost required for the maintenance of the laborer as a laborer, and for his education and training as a laborer. Therefore, the shorter the time required for training up to a particular sort of work, keeping him in working condition. The price of his work will therefore be determined by the price of the necessary means of subsistence. Here, however, there enters another consideration. The manufacturer who calculates his cost of production, and in accordance with it, the price of the product, takes into account the wear and tear of the instruments of labor. If a machine costs him, for example, 1,000 shillings, and this machine is used up in 10 years, he adds 100 shillings annually to the price of the commodities, in order to be able, after 10 years, to replace the worn-out machine with a new one. In the same manner, the cost of production of simple labor power must include the cost of propagation, by means of which the race of workers is enabled to multiply itself, and to replace worn-out workers with new ones. The wear and tear of the worker, therefore, is calculated in the same manner as the wear and tear of the machine. Thus, the cost of production of simple labor power amounts to the cost of the existence and propagation of the worker. The price of this cost of existence and propagation constitutes wages. The wages thus determined are called the minimum of wages. This minimum wage, like the determination of the price of commodities in general by cost of production, does not hold good for the single individual, but only for the race. Individual workers, indeed millions of workers, do not receive enough to be able to exist and to propagate themselves, but the wages of the whole working class adjust themselves within the limits of their fluctuations to this minimum. Now that we have come to an understanding in regard to the most general laws which govern wages, as well as the price of every other commodity, we can examine our subject more particularly. That's the end of that section. I think that was fairly clear. So basically, we've already established that wages is just a special name basically for the price of labor power, a commodity, the only commodity really that workers have to sell, and that these wages, like any price, are determined by the average cost of production, which for a human being, which is where labor power lives, means the cost of existence, feeding, clothing, sheltering yourself, and all that kind of stuff, any education that you might need, which again, as Marx points out, is going to vary depending on the type of work that you're expected to do, and of propagation. So what does that mean? Reproduction, child rearing, family formation. So that's where we get wages from. Again, wages being another fancy name for the price of labor power. So the next two sections are about capital. The first is the nature and growth of capital, and then the relation of wage labor to capital. Let's start with the nature and growth of capital. Capital consists of raw materials, instruments of labor, and means of subsistence of all kinds, which are employed in producing new raw materials, new instruments, and new means of subsistence. All these components of capital are created by labor, products of labor, accumulated labor. Accumulated labor that serves as a means to new production is capital. So say the economists. What is a Negro slave? A man of the black race. Comment: note that Marx was writing this originally in the 1840s, prior to the U.S. Civil War. However, it's worth noting also that the British Empire officially forbade slavery in 1833, making it significantly more progressive on this issue than the United States. That said, of course, the British Empire also guilty of innumerable other atrocities, just not that particular one. Continuing, the one explanation is worthy of the other. A Negro is a Negro. Only under certain conditions does he become a slave. A cotton spinning machine is a machine for spinning cotton. Only under certain conditions does it become capital. Torn away from these conditions, it is as little capital as gold is itself money, or sugar is the price of sugar. In the process of production, human beings work not only upon nature, but also upon one another. They produce only by working together in a specified manner, and reciprocally exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations to one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their influence upon nature operate, i.e., does production take place. These social relations between the producers and the conditions under which they exchange their activities and share in the total act of production will naturally vary according to the character of the means of production. With the discovery of a new instrument of warfare, the firearm, the whole internal organization of the army was necessarily altered, the relations within which individuals compose an army and can work as an army were transformed, and the relation of different armies to another was likewise changed. We thus see that the social relations within which individuals produce, the social relations of production, are altered, transformed, with the change and development of the material means of production, of the forces of production. The relations of production in their totality constitute what is called the social relations, society, and, moreover, a society at a definite stage of historical development, a society with peculiar, distinctive characteristics. Ancient society, feudal society, bourgeois or capitalist society, are such totalities of relations of production, each of which denotes a particular stage of development in the history of mankind. Capital is also a social relation of production. It is a bourgeois relation of production, a relation of production of bourgeois society. The means of subsistence, the instruments of labor, the raw materials of which capital consists, have they not been produced and accumulated under given social conditions, within definite special relations? Are they not employed for new production, under given special conditions, within definite social relations? And does not just the definite social character stamp the products which serve for new production as capital? Capital consists not only of means of subsistence, instruments of labor, and raw materials, not only as material products, it consists just as much of exchange values. All products of which it consists are commodities. Capital, consequently, is not only a sum of material products, it is a sum of commodities, of exchange values, of social magnitudes. Capital remains the same whether we put cotton in the place of wool, rice in the place of wheat, steamships in the place of railroads, provided only that the cotton, the rice, the steamships, the body of capital, have the same exchange value, the same price, as the wool, the wheat, the railroads, in which it was previously embodied. The bodily form of capital may transform itself continually, while capital does not suffer the least alteration. But though every capital is a sum of commodities, i.e. of exchange values, it does not follow that every sum of commodities, of exchange values, is capital. So quick comment here, Marx is about to go into exchange values a little bit more. If you maybe have read parts of Capital before, basically there are two kind of key things, a use value and an exchange value, key concepts here. A use value is a thing that humans can put to use. So like, for example, a shovel, a piece of wood with some metal stuck on the end. It's something you can use to dig dirt and related other tasks. It also can be exchanged. And a capitalist, let's say, who was opening a hardware store would stockpile a bunch of shovels and other use values, pickaxes and whatever other kind of tools they're going to have at the hardware store. So you have them, but they're not really there for your use. They're there primarily for the capitalist as exchange values. I'm going to leave it there for now. There is more to this topic, which is explained in greater detail elsewhere. Like I said, Marx is going to go into exchange values a little bit more. So continuing, every sum of exchange values is an exchange value. Each particular exchange value is a sum of exchange values. For example, a house worth £1,000 is an exchange value of £1,000. A piece of paper worth 1 penny is a sum of exchange values of 100 1/100ths of a penny. Products which are exchangeable for others are commodities. The definite proportion in which they are exchangeable forms their exchange value, or, expressed in money, their price. I'm going to say that again. Products which are exchangeable for others are commodities. The definite proportion in which they are exchangeable forms their exchange value, or, when it's expressed in money, it's called their price. Continuing. The quantity of these products can have no effect on their character as commodities, as representing an exchange value, as having a certain price. Whether a tree be large or small, it remains a tree. Whether we exchange iron in pennyweights or in hundredweights for other products, does this alter its character, its being a commodity or exchange value? According to the quantity, it is a commodity of greater or of lesser value, of higher or of lower price. How then does a sum of commodities, of exchange values, become capital? Thereby, that as an independent social power, i.e., as the power of a part of society, it preserves itself and multiplies by exchange with direct, living labor power. I'm going to read that again. How then does a sum of commodities, of exchange values, become capital? Thereby, that as an independent social power, i.e., as the power of a part of society, it preserves itself and multiplies by exchange with direct, living labor power. The existence of a class which possesses nothing but the ability to work is a necessary presupposition of capital. It is only the dominion of past, accumulated, materialized labor over immediate living labor that stamps the accumulated labor with the character of capital. Capital does not consist in the fact that accumulated labor serves living labor as a means for new production. It consists in the fact that living labor serves accumulated labor as the means of preserving and multiplying its exchange value. So, that's the end of that section. We're going to recap. That last section in particular, I think, may have been a little bit abstract. So let's read that again. It is only the dominion of past, accumulated, materialized labor over immediate living labor that stamps the accumulated labor with the character of capital. So Marx is saying in that sentence that capital is past accumulated materialized labor, and this dominates immediate living labor. Going on, capital does not consist in the fact that accumulated labor serves living labor as a means for new production. It consists in the fact that living labor serves accumulated labor as the means of preserving and multiplying its exchange value. So in other words, in this social relationship that Marx is describing, capital dominates labor, and labor exists to serve capital as a means of preserving and multiplying its exchange value. Not a great deal for labor, if you ask me. So let's recap from the beginning. Marx opens with basically a definition of capital, which, if you're not reading carefully, you might mistake as the definition. In fact, Marx concludes this by saying, "So say the economists." In other words, the bourgeois economists that are all good with capitalism, this is their understanding of it. And basically the definition said by the economists that Marx is citing is accumulated labor that serves as a means to new production is capital. What do we mean by accumulated labor? Well, you labor and then you create a product which is the embodiment or accumulation of your labor. So basically products of labor which serve as a means to new production, that's capital, at least according to the bourgeois economists. However, over the course of this chapter, Marx is going to give new insights, ending by saying, capital does not consist in, or its essence is not, the fact that accumulated labor serves living labor as a means for new production, as the bourgeois economists say. So that's not basically the main thing. He says it consists in the fact that living labor serves accumulated labor as the means of preserving and multiplying its exchange value. So how do we get from the bourgeois definition to Marx's proletarian or socialist definition giving the insights basically of the working class into capital. So Marx starts with two examples. One is a black man, the other is a cotton spinning machine. And he says that a black man is a black man. End of story in and of itself. Likewise, a cotton spinning machine is a cotton spinning machine in and of itself. End of story. But under certain conditions, each becomes something else, or I guess you could say takes on a social meaning, takes on a meaning within a certain set of social conditions. Marx then goes on to describe how the act of production, the process of production, which is important because we need to produce things just to survive, therefore we're always producing things, this is shaped by the technology that we use. And he gives the example there of warfare becomes shaped by new weapons. And specifically, what about warfare? The way in which armies are organized, basically how people participate in warfare, how we form social organizations for the purpose of warfare. Well, if you're fighting with crossbows, it may imply certain facts about the way that you need to organize yourself to your advantage. And if rifles become introduced at a later stage of technology, then it may imply different things about the way that the army needs to organize itself for, advantageous engagement in warfare. Well, the same thing with production. Industrial technology is going to change the processes of production, and therefore society will reform in particular ways around it to use that technology. Marx calls these social formations the relations of production. He says, we thus see that the social relations within which individuals produce, the social relations of production, are altered, transformed with the change and development of the material means of production, of the forces of production, in other words, that technology. The relations of production in their totality constitute what is called the social relations, society, and moreover, a society at a definite stage of historical development. So within Marxism, you have basically described different phases or modes of production. There's socialism, there's capitalism, there's feudalism, there are slave states and other things going back to earlier points in development. All of which, as Marx says, describe a society at a definite stage of historical development. And all of these have peculiar distinctive characteristics. So then Marx starts describing capitalism and capital, starting with the bourgeois definition of capital, which is products of labor or accumulated labor, which is then used in new production. In other words, the old products of labor are carried forward into new productive processes to engage in new production. So for example, you want to start a bakery. All right, going real minimal here, you need an oven, you need at least a table, you need flour, water, salt, sugar, whatever you're starting with. And where did these things come from? Did they just materialize out of the sky? No. The flour is the product of somebody else's labor, probably a whole operation. Where did the oven come from? Well, somebody made it. So, capital. Products of labor used in a new production process. Whoever made the oven was not engaging in baking, they were engaging in oven making. But you then take the oven and you engage that in the process of bread making or cakes or whatever you're going to make at your bakery. So Marx makes the point that all that stuff, which is capital, is commodities. But not all commodities are capital. Well, what's the difference? What makes a commodity capital or not capital? Again, if you ask the bourgeois economists, they just say, well, you're using it in the new process of production. For Marx, that's not good enough. He asks, if capital is this thing, it's a sum of commodities, or in other words, of exchange values, which we know are interchangeable with any other exchange values of equal value. And a key thing here in their becoming capital is that they're being used in the production process. What does this imply? So let's read that ending again. Thereby, that as an independent social power, i.e. as the power of a part of society, it preserves itself, capital that is, and multiplies by exchange with direct living labor power. The existence of a class which possesses nothing but the ability to work is a necessary presupposition of capital. It is only the dominion of past accumulated materialized labor over immediate living labor that stamps the accumulated labor with the character of capital. And then he summarizes again by closing with, capital does not consist in the fact that accumulated labor serves living labor as a means for new production. It consists in the fact that living labor serves accumulated labor as the means of preserving and multiplying its exchange value. So, in my honest opinion, I think that this could be put more clearly. In other words, I think that the way that it's written here, the meaning doesn't really leap off the page, at least in my opinion. For example, Marx makes the statement, the existence of a class which possesses nothing but the ability to work is a necessary presupposition of capital. So we have basically Marx describing here this thing, capital, which is sort of apart from and also dominating the lives of direct living labor power. In fact, as Marx says, preserving itself and multiplying itself by exchange with direct living labor power. In other words, when capital comes into contact with direct living labor power, it has the effect of preserving and multiplying capital as this power of a part of society which grows and grows, and labor is just basically there to serve it and make sure that it keeps growing and growing. Again, I think that the meaning comes across, but maybe this isn't the most lucid statement of these principles. Anyway, I think I've milked this one for every last drop. What do you think? Leave a comment below. We're going to move on, though, to the next section, the relation of wage labor to capital. What is it that takes place in the exchange between the capitalist and the wage laborer? The laborer receives means of subsistence in exchange for his labor power. The capitalist receives, in exchange for his means of subsistence, labor, the productive activity of the laborer, the creative force by which the worker not only replaces what he consumes, but also gives to the accumulated labor a greater value than it previously possessed. The laborer gets from the capitalist a portion of the existing means of subsistence. For what purpose do these means of subsistence serve him? For immediate consumption. But as soon as I consume these means of subsistence, they are irrevocably lost to me, unless I employ the time during which these means sustain my life in producing new means of subsistence, in creating by my labor new values in place of the values lost in consumption. But it is just this noble reproductive power that the laborer surrenders to the capitalist in exchange for means of subsistence received. Consequently, he has lost it for himself. Let us take an example. For 1 shilling, a laborer works all day long in the fields of a farmer, to whom he thus secures a return of 2 shillings. The farmer not only receives the replaced value, which he has given to the day laborer, he has doubled it. Therefore, he has consumed the 1 shilling that he gave to the day laborer in a fruitful, productive manner. For the 1 shilling, he has bought the labor power of the day laborer, which creates products of the soil of twice the value, and out of 1 shilling makes 2. The day laborer, on the contrary, receives, in the place of his productive force, whose results he has just surrendered to the farmer, 1 shilling, which he exchanges for means of subsistence, which he consumes more or less quickly. The 1 shilling has therefore been consumed in a double manner, reproductively for the capitalist, for it has been exchanged for labor power, which brought forth 2 shillings, unproductively for the worker, for it has been exchanged for means of subsistence which are lost forever, and whose value he can obtain again only by repeating the same exchange with the farmer. Capital therefore presupposes wage labor. Wage labor presupposes capital. They condition each other, each brings the other into existence. So commenting quickly, I think that this is what Marx was getting at the end of the last section. He stated it but didn't make the case for it. Now he's making the case for it. Continuing. Does a worker in a cotton factory produce only cotton? No. He produces capital. He produces values which serve anew to command his work and to create by means of it new values. Capital can multiply itself only by exchanging itself for labor power, by calling wage labor into life. The labor power of the wage laborer can exchange itself for capital only by increasing capital, by strengthening that very power whose slave it is. Increase of capital, therefore, is increase of the proletariat, i.e. of the working class. And so, the bourgeoisie and its economists maintain that the interest of the capitalist and of the laborer is the same, and in fact, so they are. The worker perishes if capital does not keep him busy. Capital perishes if it does not exploit labor power, which, in order to exploit, it must buy. The more quickly the capital destined for production, the productive capital, increases, the more prosperous industry is, the more the bourgeoisie enriches itself, the better business gets. So many more workers does the capitalist need, so much dearer, more expensive, does the worker sell himself. The fastest possible growth of productive capital is, therefore, the indispensable condition for a tolerable life to the laborer. But what is growth of productive capital? Growth of the power of accumulated labor over living labor. Growth of the rule of the bourgeoisie over the working class. When wage labor produces the alien wealth dominating it, the power hostile to it, capital, there flow back to it its means of employment, i.e. its means of subsistence, under the condition that it again become a part of capital, that is, to become again the lever whereby capital is to be forced into an accelerated, expansive movement. To say that the interests of capital and the interests of the workers are identical signifies only this, that capital and wage labor are two sides of one and the same relation. The one conditions the other in the same way that the usurer and the borrower condition each other. As long as the wage laborer remains a wage laborer, his lot is dependent upon capital. That is what the boasted community of interests between workers and capitalists amounts to. If capital grows, the mass of wage labor grows. The number of wage workers increases. In a word, the sway of capital extends over a greater mass of individuals. Let us suppose the most favorable case. If productive capital grows, the demand for labor grows. It therefore increases the price of labor power, wages. A house may be large or small. As long as the neighboring houses are likewise small, it satisfies all social requirement for a residence. But let there arise next to the little house a palace, and the little house shrinks to a hut. The little house now makes it clear that its inmate has no social position at all to maintain, or but a very insignificant one. And however high it may shoot up in the course of civilization, if the neighboring palace rises in equal or even in greater measure, the occupant of the relatively little house will always find himself more uncomfortable, more dissatisfied, more cramped within his four walls. An appreciable rise in wages presupposes a rapid growth of productive capital. Rapid growth of productive capital calls forth just as rapid a growth of wealth, of luxury, of social needs and social pleasures. Therefore, although the pleasures of the laborer have increased, the social gratification which they afford has fallen in comparison with the increased pleasures of the capitalist, which are inaccessible to the worker, in comparison with the stage of development of society in general. Our wants and pleasures have their origin in society. We therefore measure them in relation to society. We do not measure them in relation to the objects which serve for their gratification. Since they are of a social nature, they are of a relative nature. But wages are not at all determined merely by the sum of commodities for which they may be exchanged. Other factors enter into the problem. What the workers directly receive for their labor power is a certain sum of money. Are wages determined merely by this money price? In the 16th century, the gold and silver circulation in Europe increased in consequence of the discovery of richer and more easily worked mines in America. The value of gold and silver, therefore, fell in relation to other commodities. The workers received the same amount of coined silver for their labor power as before. The money price of their work remained the same, and yet their wages had fallen, for in exchange for the same amount of silver, they obtained a smaller amount of other commodities. This was one of the consequences which furthered the growth of capital, the rise of the bourgeoisie in the 18th century. Let us take another case. In the winter of 1847, in consequence of bad harvest, the most indispensable means of subsistence, grains, meat, butter, cheese, etc., rose greatly in price. Let us suppose that the workers still received the same sum of money for their labor power as before. did not their wages fall? To be sure, for the same money they received in exchange less bread, meat, etc. Their wages fell, not because the value of silver was less, but because the value of the means of subsistence had increased. Finally, let us suppose that the money price of labor power remained the same, while all agricultural and manufactured commodities had fallen in price because of the employment of new machines, of favorable seasons, etc. For the same money, the workers could now buy more commodities of all kinds. Their wages have therefore risen just because their money value has not changed. The money price of labor power, the nominal wages, do not therefore coincide with the actual or real wages, i.e., with the amount of commodities which are actually given in exchange for the wages. If we then speak of a rise or fall of wages, we have to keep in mind not only the money price of labor power, the nominal wages, but also the real wages. But neither the nominal wages, i.e. the amount of money for which the laborer sells himself to the capitalist, nor the real wages, i.e. the amount of commodities which he can buy for this money, exhausts the relations which are comprehended in the term wages. Wages are determined above all by their relations to the gain or the profit of the capitalist. In other words, wages are a proportionate relative quantity. Real wages express the price of labor power in relation to the price of commodities. Relative wages, on the other hand, express the share of immediate labor in the value newly created by it, in relation to the share of it which falls to accumulated labor, to capital. That's the end of that section. The next section is called the general law that determines the rise and fall of wages and profit. So clearly Marx is about to expand on this. Before we go on, let's just recap the section, make sure everybody's on the same page and caught everything. There are a number of somewhat disparate concepts within this topic. So starting out, Marx talks about the relationship between the laborer and the capitalist and how basically both are bringing something to the table here. The laborer exchanges labor power, the capitalist exchanges wages. But Marx highlights how the laborer is basically just getting subsistence. He's not really getting more than he came out with. He's just sort of changing the form, taking labor power, turning it into subsistence. The capitalist, on the other hand, is actually getting more than he started out with, at least as long as the business is successful. Although not looking at one business in particular, overall the capitalist class and all of its many enterprises, they certainly do, over time, accumulate capital and grow, even if particular businesses or even industries, have rises and falls. But basically the setup here is that the laborer is subsisting while the capitalist's wealth is growing. And that is just the way the logic of this system goes, as Marx just explained. This is basic to capitalism. So what happens over time? Capital grows and grows, and it needs more laborers to keep multiplying this wealth, because that's the deal. How do people subsist? You go and multiply some capital, and then that allows you to subsist. That's the basic deal of capitalism. You must multiply capital in order to subsist. Those are the terms of getting in the door to a capitalist enterprise and having them let you operate the means of production. So, over time, capital grows and grows. More and more people become proletarianized. It's just a process. This is just what happens. There's really no going back, although that doesn't stop certain reactionaries from, as we say, trying to turn back the wheel of history. But there is no turning it back. And this drive either comes out of ignorance of these processes or just denial. And, well, we're going to try it anyway. And you can get movements such as fascism out of this process, but that's another discussion. What we as socialists say is that the best thing for the proletariat, this newly created large class of dispossessed workers, merely abolish private property and then operate the means of production in common. So, thereby we break this deal of just multiplying capital to subsist, and that capital remains in private hands. So Marx then goes on to consider, all right, well, what if everything's going smoothly and there's great demand for laborers and the capitalists are paying high wages, high prices of labor power, high wages? Well, then he considers that how satisfied workers will be, people in general will be with what they can get with their wages. You know, you start out with a house, and it might be small, but it meets your needs, and everybody around you has houses. But then, in comparison to somebody else having something big, because our satisfaction in these ways is social, then that creates a dissonance. The just existence of the capitalist becomes a thorn in the side of all the workers who see the things that the capitalist has, and this changes how the workers feel about the things that they have. So, as Marx says, quote, therefore, although the pleasures of the laborer have increased, like you can buy more stuff because you're getting paid well, the social gratification which they afford has fallen in comparison with the increased pleasures of the capitalist, which are inaccessible to the worker, in comparison with the stage of development in society in general, like the technology that's out, the kinds of luxuries that are available. Our wants and pleasures have their origin in society. Like,
Fair enough.
it's kind of what we're doing all this for. We therefore measure them in relation to society. We do not measure them in relation to the objects which serve for their gratification. Since they are of a social nature, they are of a relative nature. In other words, all the things that you have, you don't just have them in a vacuum. You have them in the society in which you exist. And you use them in your relationship with other people,
Really?
to some extent in your relationship with yourself, and that is the background for your experience of all the stuff that you have. So with that out of the way, Marx then goes on to a couple of closing concepts. Nominal wages, which is the actual number that's on your paycheck. Then there's real wages, which is how much those numbers can actually get you in terms of food and shelter and clothing and recreational toys and whatever else. And that depends on the relation of the price of labor power to the price of all those other commodities that you'd be exchanging your wages for. And then lastly, there are what Marx calls relative wages, which is the relationship or the proportion between the wages that the workers are paid and the wealth that their labor produced, or how much richer the capitalist gets. In other words, in the opening example, Marx says that, the capitalist pays the worker 1 shilling. The worker then does work that produces 2 shillings worth of value, and so basically the wages are half the value that they produced. But that relationship or that ratio, that proportion, could be anything. Could be 2 to 1, could be 5 to 1, could be 300 to 1. So again, nominal wages, the amount that's on your paycheck. Real wages, the amount of stuff you can get for whatever your paycheck was. And relative wages, the amount on your paycheck in comparison to how much capital your work produced. All right, recap over. Let's go on to the next section, the general law that determines the rise and fall of wages and profits. We have said wages are not a share of the worker in the commodities produced by him. Wages are that part of already existing commodities with which the capitalist buys a certain amount of productive labor power. But the capitalist must replace these wages out of the price for which he sells the product made by the worker. He must so replace it that, as a rule, there remains to him a surplus above the cost of production expended by him. That is, he must get a profit. The selling price of the commodities produced by the worker is divided, from the point of view of the capitalist, into 3 parts. First, the replacement of the price of the raw materials advanced by him, in addition to the replacement of the wear and tear of the tools, machines, and other instruments of labor likewise advanced by him. Second, the replacement of the wages advanced. And third, the surplus left over, i.e. the profit of the capitalist. While the first part merely replaces previously existing values, it is evident that the replacement of the wages and the surplus, or the profit of capital, are as a whole taken out of the new value, which is produced by the labor of the worker and added to the raw materials. And in this sense, we can view wages as well as profit for the purpose of comparing them with each other as shares in the product of the worker. Real wages may remain the same. They may even rise. Nevertheless, the relative wages may fall. Comment. So again, real wages, the actual dollar amount per hour. Relative wages is the relationship of that dollar amount to the profit of the capitalist. Continuing. Let us suppose, for instance, that all means of subsistence have fallen 2/3 in price, while the day's wages have fallen but 1/3, for example, from 3 to 2 shillings. Although the worker can now get a greater amount of commodities with these 2 shillings than he formerly did with 3 shillings, yet his wages have decreased in proportion to the gain of the capitalist. The profit of the capitalist, the manufacturers, for instance, has increased 1 shilling, which means that for a smaller amount of exchange values, which he pays to the worker, the latter must produce a greater amount of exchange values than before. Comment. So before we go on, I'm going to just kind of try to illustrate this example a little bit more clearly in case anybody's having trouble. So Marx says that in this example, the means of subsistence have fallen 2/3 in price. So what does that mean? It means that something that used to cost 30 cents now costs 10 cents. And the wages have fallen by 1/3. That means that everybody who used to get paid $1 now gets 67 cents. So the good news for the worker is that although the amount on the paycheck dropped, you can actually get double the stuff that you used to, right? Because let's say a meal cost 30 cents and you were getting paid $1. Well, you could basically buy 3 meals and have a little left over with your day's wages. Now, even though you're getting paid less, 67 cents, meals are 10 cents. So you can get 6 of them with your day's wages. Great. What's different though? The capitalist kept the 33 cents by which your paycheck dropped. Like it didn't just vanish into the atmosphere. The capitalist kept it. So let's say that before your share was $1, and again that dropped to 67 cents, and the capitalist's previous share was $2. Well, now it's 2.33. So that changes the ratio from 1 to 2, worker to capitalist, to 2 to 7, basically in between 1/3 and 1/4. Or let's even say that it did get lost in the atmosphere somewhere. I don't know, the capitalist, it fell between some cracks and it's gone. 67 cents to 2 is still a different ratio than 1 to 2. It's actually 1/3. So what does this mean? Let's go back to Marx, continuing. The share of capital in proportion to the share of labor has risen. The distribution of social wealth between capital and labor has become still more unequal than it was before. The capitalist commands a greater amount of labor with the same amount of capital. The power of the capitalist class over the working class has grown. The social position of the worker has become worse, has been forced down still another degree below that of the capitalist compared to what it was before. What then is the general law that determines the rise and fall of wages and profit in their reciprocal relation? They stand in inverse proportion to each other. The share of capital, aka profit, increases in the same proportion in which the share of labor, aka wages, falls, and vice versa. Profit rises in the same degree in which wages fall. Profit falls in the same degree in which wages rise. It might be argued, perhaps, that the capitalist class can gain by an advantageous exchange of his products with other capitalists, by a rise in the demand for his commodities, whether in consequence of the opening up of new markets, or in consequence of temporarily increased demands in the old market, and so on. That the profit of the capitalist, therefore, may be multiplied by taking advantage of other capitalists, independently of the rise and fall of wages, of the exchange value of labor power, or that the profit of the capitalist may also rise through improvements in the instruments of labor, new applications of the forces of nature, and so on. But in the first place, it must be admitted that the result remains the same, although brought about in an opposite manner. Profit, indeed, has not risen because wages have fallen, but wages have fallen because profit has risen. With the same amount of another man's labor, the capitalist has bought a larger amount of exchange values without having paid more for the labor on that account, i.e., the work is paid for less in proportion to the net gain which it yields to the capitalist. In the second place, it must be borne in mind that, despite the fluctuations in the prices of commodities, the average price of every commodity, the proportion in which it exchanges for other commodities, is determined by its cost of production. The acts of overreaching and taking advantage of one another within the capitalist ranks necessarily equalize themselves. The improvements of machinery, the new applications of the forces of nature in the service of production, make it possible to produce in a given amount of time, with the same amount of labor and capital, a larger amount of products, but in no wise a larger amount of exchange values. If, by the use of the spinning machine, I can furnish twice as much yarn in an hour as before its invention, for instance, 100 pounds instead of 50 pounds, in the long run, I receive back, in exchange for this 100 pounds, no more commodities than I did before for 50, because the cost of production has fallen by 1/2, or because I can furnish double the product at the same cost. So commenting, Marx is calling back there from an earlier part that the average price of every commodity is determined by its cost of production. Therefore, as the cost of producing something becomes cheaper, the price of that thing on the market also drops. Continuing. Finally, in whatsoever proportion the capitalist class, whether of one country or of the entire world market, distribute the net revenue of production among themselves, the total amount of this net revenue always consists exclusively of the amount by which accumulated labor has been increased from the proceeds of direct labor. This whole amount, therefore, grows in the same proportion in which labor augments capital, i.e., in the same proportion in which profit rises as compared with wages. So that's the end of that section. I think we've probably highlighted enough. If you still have a question, leave it in the comment section below, and we'll see what we can do. The next section is the interests of capital and wage labor are diametrically opposed, and the effective growth of productive capital on wages. We thus see.
Just give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a drink really quickly.
That, even if we keep ourselves within the relation of capital and wage labor, the interests of capital and the interest of wage labor are diametrically opposed to each other. A rapid growth of capital is synonymous with a rapid growth of profits. Profits can grow rapidly only when the price of labor, the relative wages, decrease just as rapidly. Relative wages may fall, although real wages rise simultaneously with nominal wages, with the money value of labor, provided only that the real wage does not rise in the same proportion as the profit. If, for instance, in good business years wages rise 5%, while profits rise 30%, the proportional or the relative wage has not increased but decreased. If, therefore, the income of the worker increased with the rapid growth of capital, there is at the same time a widening of the social chasm that divides the worker from the capitalist, and increase in the power of capital over labor, a greater dependence of labor upon capital. To say that the worker has an interest in the rapid growth of capital means only this, that the more speedily the worker augments the wealth of the capitalist, the larger will be the crumbs which fall to him, but also the greater will be the number of workers that can be called into existence, or the more that the mass of slaves dependent upon capital can be increased. We've thus seen that even the most favorable situation for the working class, namely the most rapid growth of capital, however much it may improve the material life of the worker, does not abolish the antagonism between his interests and the interests of the capitalist. Profit and wages remain as before, in inverse proportion. If capital grows rapidly, wages may rise, but the profit of capital rises disproportionately faster. The material position of the worker has improved, but at the cost of his social position. The social chasm that separates him from the capitalist has widened. Finally, to say that the most favorable condition for wage labor is the fastest possible growth of productive capital is the same as to say the quicker the working class multiplies and augments the power inimical to it, the wealth of another which lords over that class, the more favorable will be the conditions under which it will be permitted to toil anew at the multiplication of bourgeois wealth, at the enlargement of the power of capital, content thus to forge for itself the golden chains by which the bourgeoisie drags it in its train. Growth of productive capital and rise of wages, are they really so indissolubly united as the bourgeois economists maintain? We must not believe their mere words. We dare not believe them, even when they claim that the fatter capital is, the more will its slave be pampered. The bourgeoisie is too much enlightened. It keeps its accounts much too carefully to share the prejudices of the feudal lord, who make an ostentatious display of the magnificence of his retinue. The conditions of existence of the bourgeoisie compel it to attend carefully to its bookkeeping. We must therefore examine more closely into the following question. In what manner does the growth of productive capital affect wages? If, as a whole, the productive capital of bourgeois society grows, there takes place a more many-sided accumulation of labor. The individual capitals increase in number and in magnitude. The multiplications of individual capitals increases the competition among capitalists. The increasing magnitude of increasing capitals provides the means of leading more powerful armies of workers with more gigantic instruments of war upon the industrial battlefield. The one capitalist can drive the other from the field and carry off his capital only by selling more cheaply. In order to sell more cheaply, without ruining himself, he must produce more cheaply, i.e., increase the productive forces of labor as much as possible. But the productive forces of labor is increased above all by a greater division of labor, and by a more general introduction and constant improvement of machinery. The larger the army of workers among whom the labor is subdivided, the more gigantic the scale upon which machinery is introduced, the more in proportion does the cost of production decrease, the more fruitful is the labor. And so there arises among the capitalists a universal rivalry for the increase of the division of labor and of machinery, and for their exploitation upon the greatest possible scale. If, now, by a greater division of labor, by the application and improvement of new machines, by a more advantageous exploitation of the forces of nature on a larger scale. Comment, and when Marx says forces of nature, think like electricity, not necessarily talking about trees, but like forces of nature, new scientific discoveries, etc. Continuing. A capitalist has found the means of producing with the same amount of labor, whether it be direct or accumulated labor, a larger amount of products of commodities than his competitors. If, for instance, he can produce a whole yard of linen in the same labor time in which his competitors weave half a yard, how will this capitalist act? He could keep on selling half a yard of linen at old market price, but this would not have the effect of driving his opponents from the field and enlarging his own market. But his need of a market has increased in the same measure in which his productive power has extended. The more powerful and costly means of production that he has called into existence enable him, true, to sell his wares more cheaply, but they compel him at the same time to sell more of them, to sell more wares, to get control of a very much greater market for his commodities. Consequently, this capitalist will sell his half yard of linen more cheaply than his competitors. But the capitalist will not sell the whole yard so cheaply as his competitors sell the half yard, although the production of the whole yard costs him no more than does that of the half yard to the others. Otherwise, he would make no extra profit, and he would get back in exchange only the cost of production. He might obtain a greater income from having set in motion a larger capital, but not from having made a greater profit on his capital than the others. Moreover, he attains the object he is aiming at if he prices his goods only a small percentage lower than his competitors. He drives them off the field, he wrests from them at least part of their market by underselling them. Comment. So basically what Marx is saying is even if you can create double the product, whatever you're selling, let's say a carpet, as your competitor. You're a capitalist, you're a carpet manufacturer, and there are other carpet manufacturers out there. You develop some new machine, some new process, whatever, that enables you to produce literally double the amount of product, carpets, for the exact same cost of production. Well, you then have a tremendous amount more leeway in what you can price your product on the market while still retaining profitability. And all you have to do to beat your competitors is lower your price 10%, 20%, whatever your competitors can't compete with. It doesn't have to be the full amount that you increased your productivity by. It just has to be enough that they can't keep up. Great, you're likely to win. But wait, didn't Marx say in the beginning, and we just recalled it in the last section, that the price of a commodity is the cost of production? Yes, but that is an average. As Marx said, it fluctuates, sometimes over, sometimes under. And he's about to get to that now, so continuing. And finally, let us remember that the current price always stands either above or below the cost of production,
Right?
according as the sale of a commodity takes place in the favorable or unfavorable period of the industry. According as the market price of the yard of linen stands above or below its former cost of production, will the percentage vary at which the capitalist who has made use of the new and more faithful means of production sell above his real cost of production. But the privilege of our capitalist is not of long duration. Other competing capitalists introduce the same machines, the same division of labor, and introduce them upon the same or even upon a greater scale. And finally, this introduction becomes so universal that the price of the linen is lowered not only below its old, but even below its new cost of production. The capitalists therefore find themselves, in their mutual relations, in the same situation in which they were before the introduction of the new means of production. And if they are, by these means, enabled to offer double the product at the old price, they're now forced to furnish double the product for less than the old price. Having arrived at the new point, the new cost of production, the battle for supremacy in the market has to be fought out anew, given more division of labor and more machinery, and there results a greater scale upon which division of labor and machinery are exploited, and competition again brings the same reaction against this result. So that's the end of that section. I think that that's pretty clear. So basically there are good times to be in any given industry, and then there are times when basically everybody's using the same technology and the competition is pretty stiff between, oh, somebody just developed a new method of, that revolutionizes the field. We're making carpet at, double the volume for the same price. Well, really good temporarily for the person who figured that out, but eventually everybody else is going to catch on and catch up, and they're going to sell their products for a little bit less than that other guy who, remember, your carpet, you were just selling like 10% less than the others, but they still couldn't keep up. Well, you still had all that leeway. Well, now your competitors using your technology are going to eat into that leeway. They're going to undercut you, and then you'll have a price war, and it'll go down, and eventually, as Marx says, you're back at the same situation where productivity went up and prices went down. They're now way lower than they were originally, but all the capitalists are in the same relative position to each other. You no longer have that advantage. So now we're at the last section, the effect of capitalist competition on the capitalist class, the middle class, and the working class. So we just described a process of competition. What are the effects on society, particularly these three classes?
I hate this.
We thus see how the method of production and the means of production are constantly enlarged, revolutionized, how division of labor necessarily draws after it greater division of labor, the employment of machinery, greater employment of machinery, work upon a large scale, work upon a still greater scale. This is the law that continually throws capitalist production out of its old ruts and compels capital to strain ever more the productive forces of labor for the very reason that it has already strained them. The law that grants it no respite and constantly shouts in its ear, "March, march." This is no other law than that which, within the periodical fluctuations of commerce, necessarily adjusts the price of a commodity to its cost of production. No matter how powerful the means of production which a capitalist may bring into the field, competition will make their adoption general, meaning eventually everyone in the field is going to wind up using that innovation. And from the moment that they have been generally adopted, the sole result of the greater productiveness of his capital will be that he must furnish at the same price 10, 20, or 100 times as much product as before. But since he must find a market for perhaps 1,000 times as much, in order to outweigh the lower selling price by the greater quantity of the sale, since now a more extensive sale is necessary, not only to gain a greater profit, but also in order to replace the cost of production, the instrument of production itself grows always more costly, as we've seen, and since this more extensive sale has become a question of life and death not only for him, but also for his rivals, the old struggle must begin again, and it is all the more violent the more powerful the means of production already invented are. The division of labor and the application of machinery will therefore take a fresh start, and upon an even greater scale. Whatever be the power of the means of production which are employed, competition seeks to rob capital of the golden fruits of this power by reducing the price of commodities to the cost of production. In the same measure in which production is cheapened, i.e. in the same measure in which more can be produced with the same amount of labor, it compels by a law which is irresistible a still greater cheapening of production, the sale of ever greater masses of product for smaller prices. Thus, the capitalist will have gained nothing more by his efforts than the obligation to furnish a greater product in the same labor time. In a word, more difficult conditions for the profitable employment of his capital. While competition, therefore, constantly pursues him with its law of the cost of production and turns against himself every weapon that he forges against his rivals, the capitalist continually seeks to get the best of competition by restlessly introducing further subdivision of labor and new machines which, though more expensive, enable him to produce more cheaply, instead of waiting until the new machines shall have been rendered obsolete by competition. If we now conceive this feverish agitation as it operates in the market of the whole world, we shall be in a position to comprehend how the growth, accumulation, and concentration of capital bring in their train, or the wake behind them, an ever more detailed subdivision of labor, an ever greater improvement of old machines, and a constant application of new machines, a process which goes on uninterruptedly, with feverish haste, and upon an ever more gigantic scale. But what effect do these conditions, which are inseparable from the growth of productive capital, have upon the determination of wages? The greater division of labor enables one laborer to accomplish the work of 5, 10, or 20 laborers. It therefore increases competition among the laborers, 5-fold, 10-fold, or 20-fold. The laborers compete not by selling themselves one cheaper than the other, but also by doing the work of 5, 10, or 20, and they're forced to compete in this manner by the division of labor, which is introduced and steadily improved by capital. Furthermore, to the same degree in which the division of labor increases, is the labor simplified. The special skill of the laborer becomes worthless. He becomes transformed into a simple, monotonous force of production with neither physical nor mental elasticity. His work becomes accessible to all, therefore competitors press upon him from all sides. Moreover, it must be remembered that the more simple, the more easily learned the work is, so much the less is its cost to production, the expense of its acquisition, and so much the lower must the wages sink, for, like the price of any other commodity, they're determined by the cost of production. Therefore, in the same manner in which labor becomes more unsatisfactory, more repulsive, do competition increase and wages decrease. The laborer seeks to maintain the total of his wages for a given time by performing more labor, either by working a greater number of hours or by accomplishing more in the same number of hours. Thus, urged on by want, he himself multiplies the disastrous effects of division of labor. The result is, the more he works, the less wages he receives, and for this simple reason, the more he works, the more he competes against his fellow workmen, the more he compels them to compete against him, and to offer themselves on the same wretched conditions as he does, so that, in the last analysis, he competes against himself as a member of the working class. Machinery produces the same effects, but upon a much larger scale. It supplants skilled laborers by unskilled, men by women, adults by children. Where newly introduced, it throws workers upon the streets in great masses, and as it becomes more highly developed and more productive, it discards them in additional, though smaller, numbers. We have hastily sketched in broad outlines this industrial war of capitalists among themselves. The war has the peculiarity that the battles in it are won less by recruiting than by discharging the army of workers. The generals, i.e. the capitalists, vie with one another as to who can discharge the greatest number of industrial soldiers. The economists tell us, to be sure, that those laborers who have been rendered superfluous by machinery will find new venues of employment. They dare not assert directly that the same laborers that have been discharged find situations in new branches of labor. Facts cry out too loudly against this lie. Strictly speaking, they only maintain that new means of employment will be found for other sections of the working class. For example, for that portion of the young generation of laborers who were about to enter upon that branch of industry which had just been abolished. Of course, this is a great satisfaction to the disabled laborers. There will be no lack of fresh, exploitable blood and muscle for the capitalists. The dead may bury their dead. This consolation seems to be intended more for the comfort of the capitalists themselves than their laborers. If the whole class of the wage laborer were to be annihilated by machinery, how terrible that would be for capital, which, without wage labor, ceases to be capital. But even if we assume that all who are directly forced out of employment by machinery, as well as all of the rising generation who are waiting for a chance of employment in the same branch of industry, do actually find some new employment, are we to believe that this new employment will pay as high wages as did the one that they have lost? If it did, it would be in contradiction to the laws of political economy. We have seen how modern industry always tends to the substitution of the simpler and more subordinate employments for the higher and more complex ones. How then could a mass of workers thrown out of one branch of industry by machinery find refuge in another branch unless they were to be paid more poorly? An exception to the law has been adduced, namely the workers who are employed in the manufacture of machinery itself. As soon as there is in industry a greater demand for and a greater consumption of machinery, it is said that the number of machines must necessarily increase. Consequently also, the manufacture of machines. Consequently also, the employment of workers in machine manufacture. And the workers employed in this branch of industry are skilled, even educated workers. Since the year 1840, this assertion, which even before that date was only half true, has lost all semblance of truth. For the most diverse machines are now applied to the manufacture of the machines themselves on quite as extensive a scale as in the manufacture of cotton yarn, and the laborers employed in machine factories can but play the role of very stupid machines alongside of the highly ingenious machines. But in place of the man who has been dismissed by the machine, the factory may employ perhaps 3 children and 1 woman. And must not the wages of the man have previously sufficed for the 3 children and 1 woman? Must not the minimum wages have sufficed for the preservation and propagation of the race? What then do these beloved bourgeois phrases prove? Nothing more than that now 4 times as many workers' lives are used up as there were previously in order to obtain the livelihood of 1 working family. To sum up, the more productive capital grows, the more it extends the division of labor and the application of machinery. The more the division of labor and the application of machinery extend, the more does competition extend among the workers. The more do their wages shrink together. In addition, the working class is also recruited from the higher strata of society. A mass of small businessmen and of people living upon the interest of their capitals is precipitated into the ranks of the working class, and they will have nothing else to do than to stretch out their arms alongside the arms of the workers. Thus, the forest of outstretched arms, begging for work, grows ever thicker, while the arms themselves grow ever leaner. It is evident that the small manufacturer cannot survive in a struggle in which the first condition of success is production upon an ever greater scale. It is evident that the small manufacturers are thereby increasing the number of candidates for the proletariat. All this requires no further elucidation.
Oh, they're
Finally,
all four
in
of
the
them are
same
here.
measure in which the capitalists are compelled by the movement described above to exploit the already existing gigantic means of production on an ever increasing scale, and for this purpose to set in motion all the mainsprings of credit, in the same measure do they increase the industrial earthquakes, in the midst of which the commercial world can preserve itself only by sacrificing a portion of its wealth, its products, and even its forces of production to the gods of the lower world. In short, the crises increase. They become more frequent and more violent, if for no other reason than for this alone, that in the same measure in which the mass of products grows, and therefore the needs for extensive markets, in the same measure does the world market shrink ever more, and ever fewer markets remain to be exploited, since every previous crisis has subjected to the commerce of the world a hitherto unconquered or only superficially exploited market. But capital not only lives upon labor. Like a master, at once distinguished and barbarous, it drags with it into its grave the corpses of its slaves, whole hecatombs of workers who perish in the crises. We thus see that if capital grows rapidly, competition among the workers grows with even greater rapidity, i.e., the means of employment and subsistence for the working class decrease in proportion even more rapidly. But this notwithstanding, the rapid growth of capital is the most favorable condition for wage labor. Well, that's the end of the text. What did you think? I'm not going to break this down too much more. I think that these last couple of sections were pretty clear. Also, I think, having emphasized the breakdowns of the basic concepts in the earlier sections, probably you should be able to run with the last couple of sections more on your own. Again, any questions, leave them in the comments. We'll have a discussion. But I do just want to highlight in this last section, again, title was Effective Capitalist Competition on the Capitalist Class, the Middle Class, and the Working Class. A lot of the kinds of struggles you can see in the labor movement, trade union movement, the kinds of questions that people have tried to solve, like, well, the machines are having this effect. Should we be against the machines? Well, now the capitalists are directly employing women and children. Should we stand for the traditional structure of the family more? Like, these are all questions that people have taken on in the name of trying to resist this process and the many negative effects that it has on workers, the ultimately self-cannibalizing logic of the whole system. And of course, as Marxists, there's a solution. It's called proletarian revolution. Nothing else actually gets to the fundamental dynamics of what's driving all of these negative changes. And I think I'm going to leave it there. What do you think? Leave a comment or question below. We'll continue the discussion as always. Otherwise, thanks for listening to this nice intro to Marxist economics text, and to the patrons, whose names are on the screen as always for their support and encouragement.
That's awesome.
If you'd like to get your name
We're
on the
gonna
screen,
watch
head to
Authority
patreon.com/socialismforall. You can sign up for as little as $2 a month. Every donation is supportive and encouraging. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you'd like to help out without making a donation, liking, subscribing, clicking the notifications bell, sharing on your social media, leaving a comment, even if it's just thanks or good video, all of that helps to boost the channel, helps to expand the audience, helps to get more people talking about socialism and trying to end capitalism. So thanks for that. Back in the real world, join or at least give a donation to an organization if you're not ready to join one. We really do need people organizing for working class political power. The Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, Constitution Party, Alliance Party, all these other capitalist parties, they're not going to be representing our class interests. And if you don't like what's going on, who would, then you need to organize a solution. There are organizations around. Find out what's going on in your area. I suggest trying to find a more active rather than a less active one, although if you're called to a smaller group and you really want to help build it, by all means. But we do need to get active in the real world, agitating, educating, and organizing to end capitalism and build socialism. The current Omicron crisis, of course, is making that clearer than ever. And yeah, wouldn't it be nice if we had large working class political parties that could really advance a pro-working class agenda and really fight for our interests against the capitalists. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Unfortunately, we don't have it in anywhere near the numbers that we need. So we need to build those organizations. Also, if you think Omicron is bad, and it is horrible, I think that this is probably just a sneak peek at what climate emergency is going to be like once that starts kicking in more severely. So on that cheery note, get active as you get educated, know your limits, but also do everything you can. And we'll catch you in the next video.
Bam. On
Hey,
authority.
welcome to Socialism for All. Today's date is May 15, 2020, and this is an audiobook of On Authority by Friedrich Engels, written in 1872, originally published in 1874 in the Italian Almanacco Repubblicano. Source is the Marx Engels Reader, published in New York by W. W. Norton, second edition, 1978. Translated by Robert C. Tucker, transcribed by Mike Lepore, and hosted at Marxists.org for free. Thank you to Marxists.org. On Authority. A number of socialists have latterly launched a regular crusade against what they call the principle of authority. It suffices to tell them that this or that act is authoritarian for it to be condemned. This summary mode of procedure is being abused to such an extent that it has become necessary to look into the matter somewhat more closely. Authority, in the sense in which the word is used here, means the imposition of the will of another upon ours. On the other hand, authority presupposes subordination. Now, since these two words sound bad, and the relationship which they represent is disagreeable to the subordinated party, the question is to ascertain whether there is any way of dispensing with it, whether, given the conditions of present-day society, we could not create another social system in which this authority would be given no scope any longer, and would consequently have to disappear. On examining the economic, industrial, and agricultural conditions which form the basis of present-day bourgeois society, we find that they tend more and more to replace isolated action by the combined action of individuals. Modern industry, with its big factories and mills, where hundreds of workers supervise complicated machines driven by steam, has superseded the small workshops of the separate producers. The carriages and wagons of the highways have become substituted by railway trains, just as the small schooners and sailing feluccas have been by steamboats. Even agriculture falls increasingly under the dominion of the machine and of steam, which slowly but relentlessly put in the place of small proprietors big capitalists, who, with the aid of hired workers, cultivate vast stretches of land. Everywhere, combined action, the complication of processes dependent upon each other, displaces independent action by individuals. But whoever mentions combined action speaks of organization. Now, is it possible to have organization without authority? Supposing a social revolution dethroned the capitalists, who now exercise their authority over the production and circulation of wealth. Supposing, to adopt entirely the point of view of the anti-authoritarians, that the land and the instruments of labor had become the collective property of the workers who use them. Will authority have disappeared, or will it only have changed its form? Let us see. Let us take by way of example a cotton spinning mill. The cotton must pass through at least 6 successive operations before it is reduced to the state of thread, and these operations take place for the most part in different rooms. Furthermore, keeping the machines going requires an engineer to look after the steam engine, mechanics to make the current repairs, and many other laborers whose business it is to transfer the products from one room to another, and so forth. All these workers, men, women, and children, are obliged to begin and finish their work at the hours fixed by the authority of the steam, which cares nothing for individual autonomy. The workers must, therefore, first come to an understanding on the hours of work, and these hours, once they are fixed, must be observed by all without any exception. Thereafter, particular questions arise in each room and at every moment concerning the mode of production, distribution of material, etc., which must be settled by decision of a delegate placed at the head of each branch of labor, or, if possible, by a majority vote. The will of the single individual will always have to subordinate itself, which means that questions are settled in an authoritarian way. The automatic machinery of the big factory is much more despotic than the small capitalists who employ workers ever have been. At least with regard to the hours of work, one may write upon the portals of these factories, "Leave ye that enter in all autonomy behind." If man, by dint of his knowledge and inventive genius, has subdued the forces of nature, the latter avenge themselves upon him by subjecting him, insofar as he employs them, to a veritable despotism independent of all social organization. Wanting to abolish authority in large-scale industry is tantamount to wanting to abolish industry itself, to destroy the power loom in order to return to the spinning wheel. Let us take another example, the railway. Here, too, the cooperation of an infinite number of individuals is absolutely necessary, and this cooperation must be practiced during precisely fixed hours so that no accidents may happen. Here, too, the first condition of the job is a dominant will that settles all subordinate questions, whether this will is represented by a single delegate or a committee charged with the execution of the resolutions of the majority of persona interested. In either case, there is a very pronounced authority. Moreover, what would happen to the first train dispatched if the authority of the railway employees over the passengers were abolished? But the necessity of authority, and of imperious authority at that, will nowhere be found more evident than on board a ship on the high seas. There, in times of danger, the lives of all depend on the instantaneous and absolute obedience of all to the will of one. When I submitted arguments like these to the most rabid anti-authoritarians, the only answer they were able to give me was the following. Yes, that's true, but there it is not the case of authority which we confer on our delegates, but of a commission entrusted. These gentlemen think that when they have changed the names of things, then they have changed the things themselves. This is how these profound thinkers mock at the whole world. We have thus seen that, on the one hand, a certain authority, no matter how delegated, and on the other hand, a certain subordination, are things which, independently of all social organization, are imposed upon us together with the material conditions under which we produce and make products circulate. We have seen, besides, that the material conditions of production and circulation inevitably develop with large-scale industry and large-scale agriculture, and increasingly tend to enlarge the scope of this authority. Hence, it is absurd to speak of the principle of authority as being absolutely evil, and of the principle of autonomy as being absolutely good. Authority and autonomy are relative things whose spheres vary with the various phases of the development of society. If the autonomists confined themselves to saying that the social organization of the future would restrict authority solely to the limits within which the conditions of production render it inevitable, we could understand each other. But they are blind to all facts that make the thing necessary, and they passionately fight the world. Why do the anti-authoritarians not confine themselves to crying out against political authority, the state? All socialists are agreed that the political state, and with it political authority, will disappear as a result of the coming social revolution. That is, that public functions will lose their political character and will be transformed into the simple administrative functions of watching over the true interests of society. But the anti-authoritarians demand that the political state be abolished at one stroke, even before the social conditions that gave birth to it have been destroyed. They demand that the first act of the social revolution shall be the abolition of authority. Have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets, and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all, and if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionists. Would the Paris Commune have lasted a single day if it had not made use of this authority of the armed people against the bourgeois? Should we not, on the contrary, reproach it for not having used it freely enough? Therefore, either one of two things. Either the anti-authoritarians don't know what they're talking about, in which case they are creating nothing but confusion, or they do know, and in that case they are betraying the movement of the proletariat. In either case, they serve the reaction. End of audiobook. Thanks for listening to this brief recording of Engels on Authority. Again, that is hosted at Marxists.org. Link should be in the description. 1872 and originally published in 1874. This has been Socialism for All. Facebook.com/Socialism for All. Also at Patreon.com/Socialism Socialism for All, thanks to our current patrons, and you can become a patron too for as little as $1 a month. All of those contributions are helpful, and they encourage me to keep doing this work. If you could also hit the like, share, subscribe buttons, click the notification bell, maybe leave a comment, all of that interaction helps to boost this channel, and the YouTube algorithm helps more people to see this nice socialist content and spread the message of socialism. Thank you. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This
Let me grab another one.
Hey, welcome to
Let's see. But this one.
Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the January 2023 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook of Simple Socialist Truths by Paul Lafargue from 1903. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/socialismforall. There's a link to Patreon in the video description. So this piece is hosted at the Marxists Internet Archive, marxists.org. It's originally from The Socialist, September 1903, transcribed by Adam Buick, marked up by Enda O'Callaghan for MIA. Let's begin. Worker. If there were no masters, who would give me work? Socialist. That's a question I am often asked. Let us examine it. In order to work, 3 things are required: a workshop, machines, and raw material. Worker. Right. Socialist. Who builds the workshop? Worker. Masons. Socialist. Who made the machines? Worker. Engineers. Socialist. Who grew the cotton you weave? Who sheared the wool your wife spins? Who dug the mineral your son forges? Worker. Husbandmen, shepherds, miners, workers like myself. Socialist. Consequently, you, your wife, and your son can only work because these various other workers have already supplied you with buildings, machinery, and raw material. Worker. That's so. I could not weave calico without cotton and without a loom. Socialist. Well then, it's not the capitalist or master who gives you work, but the mason, the engineer, the plowman. Do you know how your master has procured all that's necessary for your work? Worker. He bought it. Socialist. Who gave him the money? Worker. How do I know? His father had left him a little. Today he is a millionaire. Socialist. Has he earned his million by working his machines and weaving his cotton? Worker. Not very likely. It's by making us work that he gained his million. Socialist. Then he has grown rich by loafing. That's the only way to make a fortune. Those who work get just enough to live on. But tell me, if you and your fellow workers did not work, would not your master's machines rust and his cotton be eaten by insects? Worker. Everything in the workshop would got to wreck and ruin if we did not work. Socialist. Consequently, by working, you are preserving the machines and raw material necessary for your labor. Worker. That's true. I had never thought of that. Socialist. Does your master look after what goes on in his works? Worker. Not much. He makes a daily round to see us at our work, but he keeps his hands in his pockets for fear of dirtying them. In the spinning mill, where my wife and daughter work, the masters are never seen, although there are 4 of them. Still less so in the foundry, where my son works. The masters are never seen nor ever known. Not even their shadow is seen. It's a limited liability company that owns the works. Suppose you and I had 500 francs saved up. We could buy a share and become one of the masters without ever having put, or without putting, a foot in the place. Socialist. Who then directs and superintends the work in this place belonging to the shareholding masters, and in your own shop of one master, seeing the masters are never there, or so seldom that it doesn't count? Worker. Managers and foremen. Socialist. But if it is workers who have built the workshop, made the machines, and produced the raw materials, if it's workers who keep the machines going, and managers and foremen who direct the work, what does the master do then? Worker. Nothing but twiddle his thumbs. Socialist. If there were a railway from here to the moon, we could send the masters there without a return ticket, and your weaving, your wife's spinning, your son's molding would go on as before. Do you know what the profit was realized by your master last year? Worker. We calculate that he must have got 100,000 francs. Socialist. How many workers does he employ? Men, women, and children all included. Worker. 100. Socialist. What wages do they get? Worker. On an average, about 1,000 francs, counting in the salaries of managers and foremen. Socialist. So that the 100 workers in the work receive altogether 100,000 francs in wages, just enough to keep them from dying of hunger, while your master pocketed 100,000 francs for doing nothing. Where did these 200,000 francs come from? Worker. Not from the sky. I never saw it rain francs. Socialist. It is the workers in his works who have produced the 100,000 francs they received in wages, and besides, the 100,000 francs profit of the master, who has employed part of that in buying new machines. Worker. There is no denying that. Socialist. Then it is the workers who produce the money which the master devotes to buying new machines to make them work. It's the managers and foremen, wage slaves like yourself, who direct the production. Where, then, does the master come in? What's he good for? Worker. For exploiting labor. Socialist. Say rather, for robbing the laborer. That's clearer and more exact.
True. Let's see what else. What else we got? That was Simple Socialist Truce by Paul Lafargue from 1903. Let's listen to some Lenin.
Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file's being recorded for the December 2022 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of The Lessons of the Crisis by Lenin from 1901. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/socialismforall. There's a link to Patreon in the video description. So this piece was first published in Iskra number 7, August 1901, published according to the Iskra text. It is, of course, pretty early in Lenin's works. Iskra was Lenin's newsletter, translates to The Spark. Interesting story about that. If you're interested, check out another audiobook up on the channel called How the Spark Was Nearly Extinguished. It's about an hour-long Lenin story of the founding of Iskra. So anyway, this is Iskra number 7, so again, pretty early, 1901. The first Russian Revolution is still over 3 years away at this point. Anyway, the source is...
Sorry, I'm gonna go into Ark and start working on getting a better Anki. I got a lot of stuff to work on my Let's Play. Well, not my Let's Play, but like my playthrough of the island. Let's see where we at. Also, let me go grab a drink before I do this again. Another drink. Why not? Did I restart this so that I can join? Or... Alright, let me change this to some Ark. Bingo. Alright, let's get back to it. Right here.
Lenin Collected Works, Foreign Languages Publishing House, 1961, Moscow, Volume 5. HTML transcription and markup by R. Simbala and D. Walters, and it's in the public domain at the Lenin Internet Archive within the Marxists Internet Archive. Thanks as usual to MIA for hosting this and thousands of other free Marxist texts. Please go check them out, marxists.org. Lastly, quick shout out to Hieronymus for suggesting this text. I'm always open to suggestions, and this one happened to fit, so here we go. The commercial and industrial crisis has already dragged on for almost 2 years. Apparently it is still growing, spreading to new branches of industry and to new districts, and it's becoming more acute as a result of the failure of more banks. Every issue of our newspaper since last December has in one form or another shown the development of the crisis and its disastrous effects. The time has come to raise the general question of the causes and the significance of this phenomenon. For Russia, it's a comparatively new phenomenon, as new as Russian capitalism. Comment here, remember that Russia was much slower to develop capitalism than the Western European countries. Continuing. In the old capitalist countries, i.e. in the countries where the greatest part of the goods is produced for sale, and where the majority of the workers own neither land nor tools, but sell their labor power to employers, to the owners of property, to those whom the land, the factories, the machinery, etc. belong. In the capitalist countries, crises are an old phenomenon, recurring from time to time, like attacks of a chronic disease. Hence, crises may be predicted, and when capitalism began to develop with particular rapidity in Russia, the present crisis was predicted in social democratic literature. Comment, social democracy at this time was sort of the blanket term for Marxism. It was social democracy as distinct from bourgeois or capitalist democracy. Second, about the crises being predicted by Marxists. This is basically the boom and bust cycle. It's built into capitalism. Capitalism will produce, then have a crisis of overproduction, and then throw society into chaos for a time being because everybody's depending on that to make a living. Continuing. The pamphlet, The Tasks of the Russian Social Democrats, written at the end of 1897, stated, quote, "We are apparently now passing through the period in the capitalist cycle, a rotation in which the same events repeat themselves like summer and winter, when industry is prospering, when business is brisk, when the factories are working at full capacity, and when countless new factories, new enterprises, joint stock companies, railway enterprises, etc., are springing up like mushrooms. One need not be a prophet to foretell the inevitable and fairly sharp crash that's bound to succeed this period of industrial prosperity. This crash will ruin masses of small owners, will throw masses of workers into the ranks of the unemployed, unquote. And the crash came with a severity unparalleled in Russia. What's the cause of this horrible, chronic disease of capitalist society, which recurs so regularly that its coming can be forecast? So comment here. Basically, this is Russia's introduction to capitalism, and they have so far had the sharpest, most acute crash that they had had to date, because capitalism was just setting up shop. So here Lenin is actually explaining to people, here's what capitalism does, and now that it's setting up in our land, here's what to expect. Continuing. Capitalist production cannot develop otherwise than by leaps and bounds. 2 steps forward and 1 step, and sometimes 2, back. As we have said, capitalist production is production for sale, the production of commodities for the market. Production is conducted by individual capitalists, each producing on his own, and none of them able to say exactly what kind and what amount of commodities will be required on the market. Production is carried on haphazardly. Each producer is concerned only in excelling the others. Quite naturally, therefore, the quantity of commodities produced may not correspond to the market demand. This probability becomes particularly great when the enormous market is suddenly extended to new, huge, unexplored territories. This was precisely the situation at the beginning of the industrial boom that we experienced not so long ago. The capitalists of all of Europe stretched out their paws towards that part of the globe inhabited by hundreds of millions of people, toward Asia, of which until recently only India and a small section of the coastal regions had been closely connected with the world market. The Trans-Caspian Railway began to open up Central Asia for the capitalists. The Great Siberian Railway, great not only because of its length, but because of the unrestricted plunder of the treasury by the contractors and the unrestricted exploitation of the workers who built it, opened up Siberia. Japan began to develop into an industrial nation and strove to make a breach in the Chinese wall, opening the way to a choice morsel into which the capitalists of England, Germany, France, Russia, and even Italy immediately plunged their teeth. The construction of gigantic railways, the expansion of the world market, and the growth of commerce all stimulated an unexpected revival of industry, an increase of new enterprises, a wild hunt for commodity markets, a hunt for profits, the floating of new companies, and the attraction to industry of masses of fresh capital, which consisted partly of the small savings of small capitalists. It is not surprising that this wild world hunt for new and unknown markets led to a terrific crash. To obtain a clear idea of the nature of this hunt for markets and profits, we must remember what giants took part in it. When we speak of separate enterprises and individual capitalists, we sometimes forget that, strictly speaking, these terms are inexact. In reality, only the appropriation of profit has remained individual, but production itself has become social. Gigantic crashes have become possible and inevitable only because powerful social productive forces have become subordinated to a gang of rich men whose only concern is to make profits. We shall illustrate this by an example from Russian industry. Recently, the crisis has spread to the oil industry, in which such enterprises as the Nobel Brothers Oil Company are engaged. In 1899, the company sold 163 million poods of oil products to the value of 53,500,000 rubles, while in 1900 it sold 192 million poods to the value of 72 million rubles. In 1 year, a single enterprise increased the value of its output by 85.5 million rubles. This, quote, single enterprise is maintained by the combined labor of tens and hundreds of thousands of workers engaged in extracting oil and refining it, in delivering it by pipeline, railways, seas, and rivers, and in making the necessary machinery, warehouses, materials, lighters, steamers, etc. These tens of thousands of workers work for the whole of society, but their labor is controlled by a handful of millionaires who appropriate the entire profit earned by the organized labor of this mass of workers. In 1899, the Nobel Company made a net profit of 4 million rubles, and in 1900, the figure was 6 million rubles, of which the shareholders received 1,300 rubles per 5,000 ruble share, with 5 members of the board of directors receiving bonuses to the amount of 528,000 rubles. When several such enterprises fling themselves into the wild chase for a place in an unknown market, is it surprising that a crisis sets in? Furthermore, for an enterprise to make profit, its goods must be sold, purchasers must be found. The purchasers of these goods must comprise the entire population, because these colossal enterprises produce whole mountains of goods. But 9/10 of the population of all capitalist countries are poor. They're workers who receive extremely miserable wages, and peasants who, in the main, live even worse than the workers. Now, when, in the period of the boom, the large industrial enterprises set out to produce as vast a quantity of goods as possible, they flood the market with such a huge quantity of goods that the majority of the population, being poor, cannot pay for them. The number of machines, tools, warehouses, railroads, etc. continues to grow. From time to time, however, this process of growth is interrupted because the masses of the people for whom, in the last analysis, these improved instruments of production are intended, remain in a state of poverty that verges on beggary. The crisis shows that modern society could produce immeasurably more goods for the improvement of the living conditions of the entire working people if the land, factories, machines, etc., had not been seized by a handful of private owners, who extract millions of profits out of the poverty of the people. The crisis shows that the workers should not confine themselves to the struggle for individual concessions from the capitalists. Comment: note that Lenin says the workers should not confine themselves to the struggle for individual concessions from the capitalists. He does not write, never seek concessions from the capitalists. He says, do not confine yourselves to that struggle, because that is what we call reformism. Reformism is when you exclusively seek reforms, but never seek to remove capitalists from power. A revolutionary approach, on the contrary to a purely reformist one, can use reforms, but does not limit itself to reforms. Continuing. When industry is in upswing, such concessions may be won. The Russian workers, on more than one occasion between 1894 and 1898, won concessions by energetic struggle. But when the crash comes, the capitalists not only withdraw the concessions they made, but take advantage of the helpless position of the workers to force down wages still lower. And so things will inevitably continue until the army of the socialist proletariat overthrows the domination of capital and private property. The crisis shows how nearsighted were those socialists who call themselves, quote, critics, probably because they borrow uncritically the doctrines of the bourgeois economists, who 2 years ago loudly proclaimed that crashes were becoming less and less probable. The lessons of the crisis, which has exposed the absurdity of subordinating social production to private property, are so instructive that even the bourgeois press is now demanding stricter supervision, for example, over the banks. But no supervision will prevent the capitalists from setting up enterprises in times of boom, which must inevitably become bankrupt later on. Alchevsky, the founder of a land and a commercial bank in Kharkov, both now bankrupt, acquired millions of rubles by fair means or foul for the purpose of establishing and maintaining mining and metallurgical enterprises that promised wealth beyond the dreams of avarice. A hitch in industry wrecked these banks and mining and metallurgical enterprises, the Donets-Yuriev Company. But what does the crash of enterprises mean in capitalist society? It means that the smaller capitalists, capitalists of the second magnitude, are eliminated by the big millionaires. The place of Alchevsky, the Kharkov millionaire, is taken by the Moscow millionaire, Ryabushinsky, who, being a richer capitalist, will bring greater pressure to bear on the workers. The supplanting of smaller capitalists by big capitalists, the increased power of capital, the ruination of masses of small property owners, e.g. small investors, who lose all their property in a bank crash, the frightful impoverishment of the workers, all this is brought about by the crisis. We recall also cases described in Iskra of capitalists lengthening the working day and discharging class-conscious workers in an effort to replace them by more submissive people from the villages. The effect of the crisis in Russia is in general ever so much greater than in any other country. Stagnation in industry is accompanied by famine among the peasantry. Unemployed workers are being sent out of the towns to the villages, but where can the unemployed peasants be sent? By sending the workers to the villages, The authorities desire to clear the cities of the discontented people, but perhaps those sent out will be able to rouse at least part of the peasantry from its age-long submission and induce it not only to request but to demand. The workers and peasants are being drawn closer to each other, not only by unemployment and hunger, but also by police tyranny, which deprives the workers of the possibility of uniting to defend their own interests and prevents even the aid of well-disposed people from reaching the peasantry. The heavy paw of the police is becoming 100 times heavier for the millions of people who have lost all means of livelihood. The gendarmes, or soldiers, and the police in the towns, the rural superintendents, and the village policemen in the rural districts see clearly that hatred against them is growing, and they are beginning to fear not only the food kitchens set up in the villages, but even advertisements in the newspapers appealing for funds. Afraid of voluntary contributions. In truth, the thief fears his own shadow. When the thief sees a passerby offering alms to the man he has robbed, he begins to think that the two are shaking hands in a pledge to settle accounts with him. That's the end of the audiobook. So what do you think? Leave a question or comment below. We'll continue the discussion there. Otherwise, thanks for listening, and thanks to the current patrons whose names are on the screen. We don't run ads or sponsorships on this channel, so that support is key. I would make content even if nobody supported, but that support is both encouraging and allows me to spend more time doing this than I'd be able to do otherwise. So if you like this channel, thank a patron and consider becoming one. Otherwise, whether you're a patron or not, like, share, subscribe, and comment. All of that helps YouTube to promote these videos to more and more people. The channel has been growing steadily every month. We'd like to see it continue to do that, so we appreciate all your engagement. And speaking of engagement, learning this online is great, but don't forget, it doesn't really matter if it just stays in your head. The class struggle is occurring all around you. You need to get involved with whatever political parties and organizations and unions may be present in your area or county or state. Trust me, no matter where you are, there is something going on that you can help to grow. So make yourself available, network with your local left, get to know them, let them get to know you, and you will find projects that you're able to contribute to on a sustained basis. We have to build this because conditions are not getting any better on their own, let's put it that way. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the next video. Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the October 2022 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of In Memory of the Commune by Lenin from 1911. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/socialismforall. There's a link to Patreon in the video description. So this piece was published in Robochia Gazeta, number 4 and 5, April 15, 1911, published here according to that text. The source is Lenin Collected Works, Progress Publishers, 1974, Moscow, Volume 17, translated by Dora Cox, HTML transcription and markup by R. Simbala, and it's in the public domain at the Lenin Internet Archive within the Marxists Internet Archive, Marxists.org. Thanks as usual to MIA for hosting this and thousands of other free Marxist texts. So let's get into it. 40 years have passed since the proclamation of the Paris Commune. In accordance with tradition, the French workers paid homage to the memory of the men and women of the Revolution of March 18, 1871, by meetings and demonstrations. At the end of May, they will again place wreaths on the graves of the communards who were shot, the victims of the terrible May Week, and over their graves they will once more vow to fight untiringly until their ideas have triumphed and the cause they bequeath has been fully achieved. Why does the proletariat, not only in France but throughout the entire world, honor the men and women of the Paris Commune as their predecessors? And what is the heritage of the Commune? The Commune sprang up spontaneously. No one consciously prepared it in an organized way. The unsuccessful war with Germany, the privations suffered during the siege, the unemployment among the proletariat, and the ruin among the lower middle classes, the indignation of the masses against the upper classes, and against authorities who had displayed utter incompetence, the vague unrest among the working class, which was discontented with its lot and was striving for a different social system, the reactionary composition of the National Assembly, which roused apprehensions as to the fate of the Republic. All this and many other factors combined to drive the population of Paris to revolution on March 18, which unexpectedly placed power in the hands of the National Guard, in the hands of the working class and the petty bourgeoisie, which had sided with it. It was an event unprecedented in history. Up to that time, power had, as a rule, been in the hands of landowners and capitalists, i.e., in the hands of their trusted agents who made up the so-called government. After the revolution on March 18, when Monsieur Thiers' government had fled from Paris with its troops, its police, and its officials, the people became masters of the situation, and power passed into the hands of the proletariat. But in modern society, the proletariat, economically enslaved by capital, cannot dominate politically unless it breaks the chains which fetter it to capital. That is why the movement of the Commune was bound to take on a socialist tinge, i.e. to strive to overthrow the rule of the bourgeoisie, the rule of capital, and to destroy the very foundations of the contemporary social order. At first, this movement was extremely indefinite and confused. It was joined by patriots who hoped that the Commune would renew the war with the Germans and bring it to a successful conclusion. It enjoyed the support of the small shopkeepers who were threatened with ruin unless there was a postponement of payments on debts and rent. The government refused to grant this postponement, but they obtained it from the Commune. Finally, it enjoyed at first the sympathy of bourgeois Republicans, who feared that the reactionary National Assembly, the rustics, the savage landlords, would restore the monarchy. But it was, of course, the workers, especially the artisans of Paris, among whom active socialist propaganda had been carried on during the last years of the Second Empire, and many of whom even belonged to the International, who played the principal part in this movement. Only the workers remained loyal to the Commune to the end. The bourgeois Republicans and the petty bourgeoisie soon broke away from it. The former were frightened off by the revolutionary socialist, proletarian character of the movement. The latter broke away when they saw that it was doomed to inevitable defeat. Only the French proletarians supported their government fearlessly and untiringly. They alone fought and died for it. That is to say, for the cause of the emancipation of the working class, for a better future for all toilers.
150.
Deserted by its former allies and left without support, the Commune was doomed to defeat. The entire bourgeoisie of France, all the landlords, stockbrokers, factory owners, all the robbers, great and small, all the exploiters, joined forces against it. This bourgeois coalition, supported by Bismarck, who released 100,000 French prisoners of war to help crush revolutionary Paris, succeeded in rousing the ignorant peasants and the petty bourgeoisie of the provinces against the proletariat of Paris, and forming a ring of steel around half of Paris. The other half was besieged by the German army. In some of the larger cities in France, Marseille, Lyon, Saint-Étienne, Dijon, etc., the workers also attempted to seize power, to proclaim the Commune and come to the help of Paris. But these attempts were short-lived. Paris, which had first raised the banner of proletarian revolt, was left to its own resources and doomed to certain destruction. Two conditions, at least, are necessary for a victorious social revolution: highly developed productive forces and a proletariat adequately prepared for it. But in 1871, both these conditions were lacking. French capitalism was still poorly developed, and France was at that time mainly a petty bourgeois country: artisans, peasants, shopkeepers, etc. On the other hand, there was no workers' party. The working class had not gone through a long school of struggle and was unprepared, and for the most part did not even clearly visualize its tasks and the methods of fulfilling them. There was no serious political organization of the proletariat, nor were there strong trade unions and cooperative societies. But the chief thing which the Commune lacked was time, an opportunity to take stock of the situation and to embark upon the fulfillment of its program. It had scarcely had time to start work when the government, entrenched in Versailles and supported by the entire bourgeoisie, began hostilities against Paris. The Commune had to concentrate primarily on self-defense. Right up to the very end, May 21st to 28, it had no time to think seriously of anything else. However, in spite of these unfavorable conditions, in spite of its brief existence, the Commune managed to promulgate a few measures which sufficiently characterize its real significance and aims. The Commune did away with the standing army, that blind weapon in the hands of the ruling classes, and it armed the whole people. It proclaimed the separation of church and state, abolished state payments to religious bodies, i.e. state salaries for priests, made popular education purely secular, and in this way struck a severe blow at the gendarmes and cassocks. In the purely social sphere, the Commune accomplished very little, but this nevertheless clearly reveals its character as a popular workers' government. Night work in bakeries was forbidden. The system of fines, which represented legalized robbery of the workers, was abolished. Finally, there was the famous decree that all factories and workshops abandoned or shut down by their owners were to be turned over to associations of workers that were to resume production. And as if to emphasize its character as a truly democratic, proletarian government, the Commune decreed that the salaries of all administrative and government officials, irrespective of rank, should not exceed the normal wages of a worker, and in no case amount to more than 6,000 francs a year, or less than 200 rubles a month. All these measures showed clearly enough that the Commune was a deadly menace to the old world founded on the enslavement and exploitation of the people. That was why bourgeois society could not feel at ease so long as the red flag of the proletariat waved over the Hôtel de Ville in Paris. And when the organized forces of the government finally succeeded in gaining the upper hand over the poorly organized forces of the revolution, the Bonapartist generals, who had been beaten by the Germans and who showed courage only in fighting their defeated countrymen, those French Rennenkamps and Meller-Zakomelskis, Tsarist generals known for their brutal, punitive actions during the 1905 to 1907 revolution, organized such a slaughter as Paris had never known. About 30,000 Parisians were shot down by the bestial soldiery, and about 45,000 were arrested, many of whom were afterwards executed, while thousands were transported or exiled. In all, Paris lost about 100,000 of its best people, including some of the finest workers in all trades. The bourgeoisie were satisfied. Now we've finished with socialism for a long time, said their leader, the bloodthirsty dwarf Thiers, after he and his generals had drowned the proletariat of Paris in blood. But these bourgeois crows croaked in vain. Less than 6 years after the suppression of the Commune, when many of its champions were still pining in prison or in exile, a new working-class movement arose in France, a new socialist generation, enriched by the experience of their predecessors and no whit discouraged by their defeat, picked up the flag which had fallen from the hands of the fighters in the cause of the Commune and bore it boldly and confidently forward. Their battle cry was, "Long live the social revolution, long live the Commune." And in another few years, the new Workers' Party and the agitational work launched by it throughout the country compelled the ruling classes to release communards who were still kept in prison by the government. The memory of the fighters of the Commune is honored not only by the workers of France, but by the proletariat of the whole world. For the Commune fought, not for some local or narrow national aim, but for the emancipation of all toiling humanity, of all the downtrodden and oppressed. As a foremost fighter for the social revolution, the Commune has won sympathy wherever there is a proletariat suffering and engaged in struggle. The epic of its life and death, the sight of a workers' government which seized the capital of the world and held it for over 2 months, the spectacle of the heroic struggle of the proletariat, and the torments it underwent after its defeat, all this raised the spirit of millions of workers, aroused their hopes, and enlisted their sympathy for the cause of socialism. The thunder of the cannon in Paris awakened the most backward sections of the proletariat from their deep slumber, and everywhere gave impetus to the growth of revolutionary socialist propaganda. That is why the cause of the Commune is not dead. It lives to the present day in every one of us. The cause of the Commune is the cause of the social revolution, the cause of the complete political and economic emancipation of the toilers. It is the cause of the proletariat of the whole world, and in this sense, it is immortal. That's the end of the audiobook. So that was a very inspiring piece by Lenin, I think. And the point to me is you win some, you lose some, but even the losses can spur you forward, sharpen class consciousness, inspire other oppressed workers to go, I could do that. Maybe next time we'll go all the way. I think that inaction begets inaction, and action oftentimes begets action. Now, you can't be adventurous and get way, way ahead of the masses, but I think that that's not really primarily the error that is plaguing the working class of the United States or Europe or, anywhere that capitalism is very advanced. I think that there's a lot of right opportunism and tailing the bourgeoisie at a time when really workers are ready to press forward. Are workers ready for a Paris Commune Part 2 that maybe remains to be seen, but I wouldn't underestimate people. There's a lot of anger out there, and while some of it is getting channeled into reactionary right-wing, quote, pseudo-populist or right-wing populist, basically fascist things, there's also this sense that things are just never going to get better the way that they are, and people have the sense to realize that obviously, right-wing populism or fascism isn't going to make anything better either, that really that's the sort of, quote, alternative being presented. People are starting to explore other options. It's why people are subscribing to channels like this and others that are like it. So I think that the main question is, can we connect that anger and that sense that things are not going to get better on their own with the lessons and theory and all the instructions of the past of Marxism-Leninism, of successful rebellions. Obviously, we're in somewhat different technological circumstances in 2022, but the class interests are basically very similar. In fact, if anything, the proletariat is much, much larger now. The amount of people who don't own any capital, have to sell their labor to a capitalist in order to get by in life, that is bigger than ever. And again, it's a matter of time, I think, as people work through the sort of process of elimination of, well, we tried the Democrats, we tried this, we tried that, before people come around to what's been sitting here the whole time, which is that capitalism needs to be abolished, and there's a well thought out system of philosophy and historical practice for that kind of revolutionary radical social change that just needs to be picked up again, sharpened, and put back into practice. So anyway, what do you think? Leave a question or comment below. We'll continue the discussion there as always. Otherwise, thanks for listening, and thanks to the current patrons whose names are on the screen. Patreon.com/socialismforall if you'd like to get your name on the screen. You can sign up for as little as $2 a month or more. I would make content even if nobody supported, but I'm able to spend a lot more time on it and produce a larger quantity of content when people are supporting, so hugely appreciated there. Thank you. Every donation is encouraging and also materially helpful. Then engagement counts, whether you're a patron or not. Like, share, Hey, welcome to Socialism for All.
Another video. We will do let's see.
Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. This file is being recorded for the September 2022 edition of Socialism for All, and it's an audiobook and discussion of The Tasks of the Proletariat in Our Revolution, Draft Platform for the Proletarian Party by Lenin from 1917. If you like this video, please click like and subscribe, and consider supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/socialismforall. There's a link to Patreon in the video description. So this piece was first published in September 1917. That was the month before the October Revolution, in which the Bolsheviks took power, as a pamphlet by Priboy Publishers, signed N. Lenin, and published here according to the pamphlet text. The source is Lenin Collected Works, Progress Publishers, 1964, Moscow, Volume 24. Translated by Bernard Isaacs, HTML transcription and markup by B. Baggins and D. Walters. It's in the public domain at the Lenin Internet Archive within the Marxists Internet Archive, Marxists.org. Thanks as usual to MIA for hosting this and thousands of other free Marxist texts. So this piece begins with a one-sentence introduction by Lenin. The moment of history through which Russia is now passing is marked by the following main characteristics. The class character of the revolution that has taken place. 1. The old czarist power, which represented only a handful of feudalist landowners who commanded the entire state machinery, the army, the police, and the bureaucracy, has been overthrown and removed, but not completely destroyed. The monarchy has not been formally abolished. The Romanov gang continues to hatch monarchist intrigues. The vast landed possessions of the feudalist squirearchy have not been abolished. 2. State power in Russia has passed into the hands of a new class, namely the bourgeoisie, and landowners who had become bourgeois. To this extent, the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia is completed. Having come to power, the bourgeoisie has formed a bloc, an alliance, with the overt monarchists, who are notorious for their exceptionally ardent support of Nicholas the Bloody and Stolypin the Hangman in 1906 to 1914, Guchkov and other politicians to the right of the cadets. The new bourgeois government of Lvov and Company has attempted and has begun to negotiate with the Romanovs for the restoration of the monarchy in Russia. Behind a screen of revolutionary phrases, this government is appointing partisans of the old regime to key positions. It is striving to reform the whole machinery of state, the army, the police, and the bureaucracy, as little as possible, and has turned it over to the bourgeoisie. The new government has already begun to hinder, in every way, the revolutionary initiative of mass action and the seizure of power by the people from below, which is the sole guarantee of the real success of the revolution. Up to now, this government has not even fixed a date for the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. It is not laying a finger on the landed estates, which form the material foundation of feudal czarism. This government does not even contemplate starting an investigation into and making public the activities of the monopolist financial organizations, the big banks, the syndicates and cartels of the capitalists, etc., or instituting control over them. The key positions, the decisive ministerial posts in the new government, the Ministry of the Interior and the War Ministry, i.e. the command over the army, the police, the bureaucracy, the entire apparatus for oppressing the people, are held by outright monarchists and supporters of the system of big landed estates. The cadets, those day-old Republicans, Republicans against their own will, have been assigned minor posts, having no direct relation to the command over the people or to the apparatus of state power. A. Kerensky, a Trudovic, and would-be socialist, has no function whatsoever except to lull the vigilance and attention of the people with sonorous phrases. For all these reasons, the new bourgeois government does not deserve the confidence of the proletariat even in the sphere of internal policy, and no support of this government by the proletariat is admissible. The foreign policy of the new government. 3. In the field of foreign policy, which has now been brought to the forefront by objective circumstances, the new government is a government for the continuation of the imperialist war, World War I, a war that is being waged in alliance with the imperialist powers, Britain, France, and others, for division of the capitalist spoils and for subjugating small and weak nations. Subordinated to the interests of Russian capitalism and its powerful protector and master, Anglo-French imperialist capitalism, the wealthiest in the world, the new government, notwithstanding the wishes expressed in no uncertain fashion on behalf of the obvious majority of the peoples of Russia, through the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, has taken no real steps to put an end to the slaughter of peoples for the interests of the capitalists. It has not even published the secret treaties of an obviously predatory character, for the partition of Persia, the plunder of China, the plunder of Turkey, the partition of Austria, the annexation of Eastern Prussia, the annexation of the German colonies, etc., which, as everybody knows, bind Russia to Anglo-French predatory imperialist capital. It has confirmed these treaties concluded by Tsarism, which for centuries robbed and oppressed more nations than other tyrants and despots, and which not only oppressed, but also disgraced and demoralized the great Russian nation by making it an executioner of other nations. The new government has confirmed these shameful, depredatory treaties and has not proposed an immediate armistice to all the belligerent nations, in spite of the clearly expressed demand of the majority of the peoples of Russia, voiced through the Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. It has evaded the issue with the help of solemn, sonorous, bombastic, but absolutely empty declarations and phrases, which, in the mouths of bourgeois diplomats, have always served, and still serve, to deceive the trustful and naive masses of the oppressed people. 4. Not only, therefore, is the new government unworthy of the slightest confidence in the field of foreign policy, but to go on demanding that it should proclaim the will of the peoples of Russia for peace, that it should renounce annexations, so on and so forth, is in practice merely to deceive the people, to inspire them with false hopes, and to retard the clarification of their minds. It is indirectly to reconcile them to the continuation of a war, the true social character of which is determined not by pious wishes, but by the class character of the government that wages the war, by the connection between the class represented by this government and the imperialist finance capital of Russia, Britain, France, etc., by the real and actual policy which that class is pursuing. The peculiar nature of the dual power and its class significance. 5. The main feature of our revolution, a feature that most imperatively demands thoughtful consideration, is the dual power which arose in the very first days after the triumph of the revolution. This dual power is evident in the existence of two governments. One is the main, the real, the actual government of the bourgeoisie, the provisional government of Lvov and Company, which holds in its hands all the organs of power. The other is a supplementary and parallel government, a, quote, controlling government in the shape of the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, which holds no organs of state power, but directly rests on the support of an obvious and indisputable majority of the people, on the armed workers and soldiers. The class origin and the class significance of this dual power is the following. The Russian Revolution of March 1917 not only swept away the whole Tsarist monarchy, not only transferred the entire power to the bourgeoisie, but also moved close toward a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. The Petrograd and the other, the local Soviets, constitute precisely such a dictatorship, that is, a power resting not on the law, but directly on the force of armed masses of the population, a dictatorship precisely of the above-mentioned classes. 6. The second highly important feature of the Russian Revolution is the fact that the Petrograd Soviet of Soldiers and Workers' Deputies, which, as everything goes to show, enjoys the confidence of most of the local Soviets, is voluntarily transferring state power to the bourgeoisie and its provisional government, is voluntarily ceding supremacy to the latter, having entered into an agreement to support it, and is limiting its own role to that of an observer, a supervisor of the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, the date for which has not even been announced as yet by the provisional government. This remarkable feature, unparalleled in history in such a form, has led to the interlocking of two dictatorships. The dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, for the government of Lvov and Company is a dictatorship, i.e. a power not based on the law, not on the previously expressed will of the people, but on seizure by force, accomplished by a definite class, namely the bourgeoisie, and the dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. There is not the slightest doubt that such an interlocking cannot last long. Two powers cannot exist in a state. One of them is bound to pass away, and the entire Russian bourgeoisie is already trying its hardest everywhere and in every way to keep out and weaken the Soviets, to reduce them to naught, and to establish the undivided power of the bourgeoisie. The dual power merely expresses a transitional phase in the revolution's development, when it has gone further than the ordinary bourgeois democratic revolution, but has not yet reached a pure dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. The class significance and the class explanation of this transitional and unstable situation is this. Like all revolutions, our revolution required the greatest heroism and self-sacrifice on the part of the people for the struggle against Tsarism. It also immediately drew unprecedentedly vast numbers of ordinary citizens into the movement. From the point of view of science and practical politics, one of the chief symptoms of every real revolution is the unusually rapid, sudden, and abrupt increase in the number of ordinary citizens who begin to participate actively, independently, and effectively in political life and in the organization of the state. Such is the case in Russia. Russia at present is seething. Millions and tens of millions of people who had been politically dormant for 10 years and politically crushed by the terrible oppression of Tsarism and by the inhuman toil for the landowners and capitalists, have awakened and taken eagerly to politics. And who are these millions and tens of millions? For the most part, small proprietors, petty bourgeois, people standing midway between the capitalists and the wage workers. Russia is the most petty bourgeois of all European countries. A gigantic petty bourgeois wave has swept over everything and overwhelmed the class-conscious proletariat, not only by force of numbers but also ideologically. That is, it has infected and imbued very wide circles of workers with the petty bourgeois political outlook. The petty bourgeoisie are, in real life, dependent upon the bourgeoisie, for they live like masters and not like proletarians, from the point of view of their place in social production, and follow the bourgeoisie in their outlook. An attitude of unreasoning trust in the capitalists, the worst foes of peace and socialism, characterizes the politics of the popular masses in Russia at the present moment. This is the fruit that has grown with revolutionary rapidity on the social and economic soil of the most petty bourgeois of all European countries. This is the class basis for the agreement between the provisional government and the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. I emphasize that I am referring not so much to the formal agreement as to actual support, a tacit agreement, the surrender of power inspired by unreasoning trust, an agreement which has given the Guchkovs a fat piece, real power, and the Soviet merely promises and honors, for the time being, flattery, phrases, assurances, and the bowings and scrapings of the Kerenskys. On the other side, we have the inadequate numerical strength of the proletariat in Russia and its insufficient class consciousness and organization. All the Narodnik parties, including the Socialist Revolutionaries, have always been petty bourgeois. This is also true of the party of the organizing committee, Chikaidze, Tsereteli, etc. The non-party revolutionaries, Stelkov and others, have similarly yielded to the tide, or have not been able to stand up to it, have not had the time to do it. So that's the end of that chapter. Before proceeding, I just want to comment, I think that this last section was really key. Starting where Lenin said, Russia is the most petty bourgeois of all European countries, describing the gigantic petty bourgeois wave that has swept over everything, millions and tens of millions of people, primarily the petty bourgeoisie, getting involved in politics and helping to shape politics, and effectively doing what? They are, in real life, dependent upon the bourgeoisie and follow the bourgeoisie in their outlook. So, what are the consequences of this? They follow the bourgeoisie, they depend upon them, they think capitalism is just fine, etc. So this generates, quote, an attitude of unreasoning trust in the capitalists, who are actually the worst foes of peace and socialism. This characterizes the politics of the popular masses in Russia at the present moment. This is the fruit that has grown with revolutionary rapidity on the social and economic soil of the most petty bourgeois of all European countries. And the basis for the agreement, which is not so much a formal agreement, but just tacit support for the bourgeoisie, for capitalism, for their provisional government, etc. So they're going to continue on with the development of capitalism, just minus the czar. And to the petty bourgeois-minded popular masses, this is just fine. So Lenin is identifying this as the reason for the Soviets selling out to and basically effectively turning their power over to the lead of the provisional government. Again, the capitalist government set up in the wake of the overthrow of the Tsar back in February. On the other side, Lenin concludes, we have the inadequate numerical strength of the proletariat in Russia and its insufficient class consciousness and organization. Does this sound familiar to you? Because it does sound familiar to me. Now, a month after publishing this, the Bolsheviks in fact would push forward with the socialist revolution. However, all this petty bourgeois consciousness was still left over. After all, we're talking about a couple of months here. Lenin considered that a major obstacle to the progress of socialist construction, which really only properly the proletariat is the future of. And so, accordingly, the petty bourgeoisie and that petty bourgeois consciousness was targeted by Soviet policy in subsequent years. All right, end of comments. The peculiar nature of the tactics which follow from the above. 7. For the Marxist, who must reckon with objective facts, with the masses and classes, and not with individuals and so on, the peculiar nature of the actual situation, as described above, must determine the peculiar nature of the tactics for the present moment. This peculiarity of the situation calls, in the first place, for the, quote, pouring of vinegar and bile into the sweet water of revolutionary democratic phraseology, as my fellow member on the Central Committee of our party, Teodorovich, so aptly put it at yesterday's session of the All-Russia Congress of Railwaymen in Petrograd. Our work must be one of criticism, of explaining the mistakes of the petty bourgeois socialist revolutionary and social democratic parties, of preparing and welding the elements of a consciously proletarian communist party, and of curing the proletariat of the general petty bourgeois intoxication. This seems to be nothing more than propaganda work, but in reality it is most practical revolutionary work, for there is no advancing a revolution that has come to a standstill, that has choked itself with phrases, and that keeps, quote, marking time, not because of external obstacles, not because of the violence of the bourgeoisie. Guchkov is still only threatening to employ violence against the soldier mass, but because of the unreasoning trust of the people. Only by overcoming this unreasoning trust, and we can and should overcome it only ideologically, by comradely persuasion, by pointing to the lessons of experience, can we set ourselves free from the prevailing orgy of revolutionary phrasemongering and really stimulate the consciousness both of the proletariat and of the mass in general, as well as their bold and determined initiative in the localities, the independent realization, development, and consolidation of liberties, democracy, and the principle of people's ownership of all the land. 8. The worldwide experience of bourgeois and landowner governments has evolved two methods of keeping the people in subjection. The first is violence. Nicholas Romanov I, nicknamed Nicholas of the Big Stick, and Nicholas II the Bloody, demonstrated to the Russian people the maximum of what can and cannot be done in the way of these hangman's practices. But there is another method, best developed by the British and French bourgeoisie, who learned their lesson in a series of great revolutions and revolutionary movements of the masses. It is the method of deception, flattery, fine phrases, promises by the million, petty sops, and concessions of the unessential while retaining the essential. The peculiar feature of the present situation in Russia is the transition at a dizzy speed from the first method to the second, from violent oppression of the people to flattering and deceiving the people by promises. Vaska the cat listens, but goes on eating. Milyakov and Guchkov are holding power. They are protecting the profits of the capitalists, conducting an imperialist war in the interests of Russian and Anglo-French capital, and trying to get away with promises, declamation, and bombastic statements in reply to the speeches of cooks like Chikaidze, Tseretelli, and Stelkov, who threaten, exhort, conjure, beseech, demand, and proclaim. Vaska the cat listens, but goes on eating. But from day to day, trustful lack of reasoning and unreasoning trust will be falling away, especially among the proletarians and poor peasants, who are being taught by experience, by their social and economic position, to distrust the capitalists. The leaders of the petty bourgeoisie must teach the people to trust the bourgeoisie. The proletarians must teach the people to distrust the bourgeoisie. Revolutionary defensism and its class significance. 9. Revolutionary defensism must be regarded as the most important, the most striking manifestation of the petty bourgeois wave that has swept over nearly everything. It is the worst enemy of the further progress and success of the Russian Revolution. Those who have yielded on this point and have been unable to extricate themselves are lost to the revolution. But the masses yield in a different way from the leaders, and they extricate themselves differently, by a different course of development, by different means. Revolutionary defensism is, on the one hand, a result of the deception of the masses by the bourgeoisie, a result of the trusting lack of reasoning on the part of the peasants and a section of the workers. It is, on the other, an expression of the interests and point of view of the small proprietor, who is to some extent interested in annexations and bank profits, and who sacredly guards the traditions of Tsarism, which demoralized the great Russians by making them do a hangman's work against the other peoples. The bourgeoisie deceives the people by working on their noble pride in the revolution, and by pretending that the social and political character of the war, as far as Russia is concerned, underwent a change because of this stage of the revolution, because of the substitution of the near-republic of Guchkov and Milyakov for the Tsarist monarchy. And the people believed it, for a time, largely owing to age-old prejudices, which made them look upon the other peoples of Russia, i.e. the non-Great Russians, as something in the nature of a property and private estate of the Great Russians. This vile demoralization of the Great Russian people by Tsarism, which taught them to regard the other peoples as something inferior, something belonging by right to Great Russia, could not disappear instantly. What is required of us is the ability to explain to the masses that the social and political character of the war is determined not by the goodwill of individuals or groups, or even of nations, but by the position of the class which conducts the war, by the class policy of which the war is a continuation, by the ties of capital, which is the dominant economic force in modern society, by the imperialist character of international capital, by Russia's dependence in finance, banking, and diplomacy upon Britain, France, and so on. To explain this skillfully, in a way the people would understand, is not easy. None of us would be able to do it at once without committing errors. But this, and only this, must be the aim, or rather the message of our propaganda. The slightest concession to revolutionary defensism is a betrayal of socialism, a complete renunciation of internationalism, no matter by what fine phrases and, quote, practical considerations it may be justified. The slogan, "Down with the war," is of course correct, but it fails to take into account the specific nature of the tasks of the present moment and the necessity of approaching the broad mass of the people in a different way. It reminds me of the slogan, "Down with the Tsar," with which the inexperienced agitator of the good old days went simply and directly to the countryside and got a beating for his pains. The mass believers in revolutionary defensism are honest, not in the personal but in the class sense, i.e. they belong to classes, workers and the peasant poor, which in actual fact have nothing to gain from annexations and the subjugation of other peoples. This is nothing like the bourgeois and the intellectual fraternity, who know very well that you cannot renounce annexations without renouncing the rule of capital, and who unscrupulously deceive the people with fine phrases, with unlimited promises and endless assurances. The rank-and-file believer in defensism regards the matter in the simple way of the man in the street. I don't want annexations, but the Germans are coming for me. Therefore, I'm defending a just cause and not any kind of imperialist interests at all. To a man like this, it must be explained again and again that it is not a question of his personal wishes, but of mass, class, political relations and conditions, of the connection between the war and the interests of capital, and the international network of banks and so forth. Only such a struggle against defensism will be serious and will promise success. Perhaps not a very rapid success, but one that will be real and enduring. How can the war be ended? 10.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I might make myself some food. I'm gonna do it this way. Let me just mute my mic while I eat.
The war cannot be ended at will. It cannot be ended by the decision of one of the belligerents. It cannot be ended by sticking your bayonet into the ground, as one soldier, a defensist, expressed it. The war cannot be ended by an agreement among the socialists of the various countries, by the action of the proletarians of all countries, by the will of the peoples, and so forth. All the phrases of this kind, which fill the articles of the defensist, semi-defensist, and semi-internationalist papers, as well as innumerable resolutions, appeals, manifestos, and the resolutions of the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. All such phrases are nothing but idle, innocent, and pious wishes of the petty bourgeois. There is nothing more harmful than phrases like ascertaining the will of the peoples for peace, like the sequence of revolutionary actions of the proletariat, that is, after the Russian proletariat comes the turn of the German, etc. All this is Blanchism, fond dreams, a playing at political campaigning, and in reality just a repetition of the fable of Vasco the Cat. The war is not a product of the evil will of rapacious capitalists, although it is undoubtedly being fought only in their interests, and they alone are being enriched by it. The war is a product of half a century of development of world capitalism, and of its billions of threads and connections. It is impossible to slip out of the imperialist war and achieve a democratic, non-coercive peace without overthrowing the power of capital and transferring state power to another class, the proletariat. The Russian Revolution of February and March 1917 was the beginning of the transformation of the imperialist war into a civil war. This revolution took the first step towards ending the war, but it requires a second step, namely the transfer of state power to the proletariat, to make the end of the war a certainty. This will be the beginning of a breakthrough on a worldwide scale, a breakthrough in the front of capitalist interests, and only by breaking through this front can the proletariat save mankind from the horrors of war, and endow it with the blessings of peace. It is directly to such a breakthrough in the front of capitalism that the Russian Revolution has already brought the Russian proletariat by creating the Soviets of Workers' Deputies. A new type of state emerging from our revolution. 11. The Soviets of workers, soldiers, peasants, and other deputies are not understood, not only in the sense that their class significance, their role in the Russian Revolution, is not clear to the majority. They are not understood also in the sense that they constitute a new form, or rather a new type, of state. The most perfect, the most advanced type of bourgeois state is the parliamentary democratic republic. Powers vested in parliament, the state machine, the apparatus and organ of administration is of the customary kind, the standing army, the police, and the bureaucracy, which in practice is undisplaceable, is privileged, and stands above the people. Since the end of the 19th century, however, revolutionary epochs have advanced a higher type of democratic state, a state which in certain respects, as Engels put it, ceases to be a state, is, quote, no longer a state in the proper sense of the word. This is a state of the Paris Commune type, one in which a standing army and police divorced from the people are replaced by the direct arming of the people themselves. It is this feature that constitutes the very essence of the Commune, which has been so misrepresented and slandered by the bourgeois writers, and to which has been erroneously ascribed, among other things, the intention of immediately introducing socialism. This is the type of state which the Russian Revolution began to create in 1905 and in 1917, a republic of Soviets of workers, soldiers, peasants, and other deputies, united in an all-Russia Constituent Assembly of People's Representatives, or in a Council of Soviets, etc., is what is already being realized in our country now, at this juncture. It is being realized by the initiative of the nation's millions, who are creating a democracy on their own, in their own way, without waiting until the cadet professors draft their legislative bills for a parliamentary bourgeois republic, or until the pedants and routine worshippers of petty bourgeois social democracy, like Mr. Plekhanov or Kautsky, stop distorting the Marxist teaching on the state. Marxism differs from anarchism in that it recognizes the need for a state and for state power in the period of revolution in general, and in the period of transition from capitalism to socialism in particular. Marxism differs from the petty bourgeois, opportunist social democratism of Plekhanov, Kautsky and company in that it recognizes that what is required during these two periods is not a state of the usual parliamentary bourgeois republican type, but a state of the Paris Commune type. The main distinctions between a state of the latter type and the old state are as follows. It is quite easy, as history proves, to revert from a parliamentary bourgeois republic to a monarchy, for all the machinery of oppression, the army, the police, and the bureaucracy, is left intact. The Commune and the Soviets smash that machinery and do away with it. The parliamentary bourgeois republic hampers and stifles the independent political life of the masses, their direct participation in the democratic organization of the life of the state from the bottom up. The opposite is the case with the Soviets. The latter reproduced the type of state which was being evolved by the Paris Commune, and which Marx described as, quote, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor, unquote. We're usually told that the Russian people are not yet prepared for the introduction of the Commune. This was the argument of the serf owners when they claimed that the peasants were not prepared for emancipation. And of course, they just happened to be economically benefiting from that lack of preparation. And also, were they encouraging that preparation? The Commune, i.e. the Soviets, does not introduce, does not intend to introduce, and must not introduce any reforms which have not absolutely matured both in economic reality and in the minds of the overwhelming majority of the people. The deeper the economic collapse and the crisis produced by the war, the more urgent becomes the need for the most perfect political form, which will facilitate healing of the terrible wounds inflicted on mankind by the war. The less the organizational experience of the Russian people, the more resolutely must we proceed to organizational development by the people themselves, and not merely by the bourgeois politicians and well-placed bureaucrats. The sooner we shed the old prejudices of pseudo-Marxism, a Marxism falsified by Plekhanov, Kautsky and company, the more actively we set about helping the people to organize Soviets of workers and peasants' deputies everywhere and immediately, and helping the latter to take life in its entirety under their control, and the longer Lvov and company delay the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, the easier will it be for the people, through the medium of the Constituent Assembly, or independently of it, if Lvov delays its convocation too long, to cast their decision in favor of a republic of Soviets of workers and peasants' deputies. Errors in the new work of organizational development by the people themselves are at first inevitable, but it's better to make mistakes and go forward than to wait until the professors of law summoned by Mr. Lvov draft their laws for the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, for the perpetuation of the parliamentary bourgeois republic, and for the strangling of the Soviets of workers and peasants' deputies. If we organize ourselves and conduct our propaganda skillfully, not only the proletarians, but 9/10 of the peasants will be opposed to the restoration of the police, will be opposed to an undisplaceable and privileged bureaucracy, and to an army divorced from the people. And that is all the new type of state stands for. 12. The substitution of a people's militia for the police is a reform that follows from the entire course of the revolution, and that is now being introduced in most parts of Russia. We must explain to the people that in most of the bourgeois revolutions of the usual type, this reform was always extremely short-lived, and that the bourgeoisie, even the most democratic and republican, restored the police of the old czarist type, a police divorced from the people, commanded by the bourgeoisie, and capable of oppressing the people in every way. There is only one way to prevent the restoration of the police, and that is to create a people's militia and to fuse it with the army, the standing army to be replaced by the arming of the entire people. Service in this militia should extend to all citizens of both sexes between the ages of 15 and 65 without exception, if these tentatively suggested age limits may be taken as indicating the participation of adolescents and old people. Capitalists must pay their workers, servants, etc. for days devoted to public service in the militia. Unless women are brought to take an independent part not only in political life generally, but also in daily and universal public service, it is no use talking about full and stable democracy, let alone socialism. And such police functions as taking care of the sick and of homeless children, food inspection, etc., will never be satisfactorily discharged until women are on an equal footing with men, not merely nominally, but in reality. The tasks which the proletariat must put before the people in order to safeguard, consolidate, and develop the revolution are prevention of the restoration of the police and enlistment of the organizational forces of the entire people in forming a people's militia. The agrarian and national programs. 13. At the present moment, we cannot say for certain whether a mighty agrarian revolution will develop in the Russian countryside in the near future. We cannot say exactly how profound the class cleavage is among the peasants, which has undoubtedly grown more profound of late as a division into agricultural laborers, wage workers, and poor peasants, semi-proletarians, on the one hand, and wealthy and middle peasants, capitalists and petty capitalists, on the other. Such questions will be and can be decided only by experience. Being the party of the proletariat, however, we are unquestionably in duty bound not only immediately to advance an agrarian or land program, but also to advocate practical measures which can be immediately realized in the interests of the peasant agrarian revolution in Russia. We must demand the nationalization of all the land, i.e., that all the land in the state should become the property of the central state power. This power must fix the size, etc., of the resettlement land fund, pass legislation for the conservation of forests, for land improvement, etc., and absolutely prohibit any middlemen to interpose themselves between the owner of the land, i.e. the state, and the tenant, i.e. the tiller. In other words, to prohibit all subletting of land. However, the disposal of the land, the determination of the local regulations governing ownership and tenure of land, must in no case be placed in the hands of bureaucrats and officials, but wholly and exclusively in the hands of the regional and local Soviets of Peasants' Deputies. In order to improve grain production techniques and increase output, and in order to develop rational cultivation on a large scale under public control, we must strive within the peasants' committees to secure the transformation of every confiscated landed estate into a large model farm controlled by the Soviet of Agricultural Laborers' Deputies. In order to counteract the petty bourgeois phrasemongering and the policy prevailing among the socialist revolutionaries, particularly the idle talk about subsistence standards or labor standards, socialization of the land, etc., the party of the proletariat must make it clear that small-scale farming under commodity production cannot save mankind from poverty and oppression. Without necessarily splitting the Soviets of Peasants' Deputies at once, the party of the proletariat must explain the need for organizing separate Soviets of Agricultural Laborers' Deputies and separate Soviets of deputies from the poor, semi-proletarian peasants, or at least for holding regular separate conferences of deputies of this class status in the shape of separate groups or parties within the General Soviets of Peasants' Deputies. Otherwise, all the honeyed petty bourgeois talk of the Narodniks regarding the peasants in general will serve as a shield for the deception of the propertyless mass by the wealthy peasants, who are merely a variety of capitalists. To counteract the bourgeois liberal or purely bureaucratic sermons preached by many socialist revolutionaries and Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, who advise the peasants not to seize the landed estates and not to start the agrarian reform pending the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, the party of the proletariat must urge the peasants to carry out the agrarian reform at once on their own, and to confiscate the landed estates immediately, upon the decisions of the peasants' deputies in the localities. At the same time, it is most important to insist on the necessity of increasing food production for the soldiers at the front and for the towns, and on the absolute inadmissibility of causing any damage or injury to livestock, implements, machinery, buildings, etc. 14. As regards the national question, the Proletarian Party first of all must advocate the proclamation and immediate realization of complete freedom of secession from Russia for all the nations and peoples who were oppressed by Tsarism, or who were forcibly joined to, or forcibly kept within the boundaries of the state, i.e., annexed. All statements, declarations, and manifestos concerning renunciation of annexations that are not accompanied by the realization of the right of secession in practice are nothing but bourgeois deception of the people, or else pious petty bourgeois wishes. The Proletarian Party strives to create as large a state as possible, for this is to the advantage of the working people. It strives to draw nations closer together and bring about their further fusion, but it desires to achieve the same not by violence, but exclusively through a free, fraternal union of the workers and the working people of all nations. The more democratic the Russian Republic, and the more successfully it organizes itself into a republic of Soviets of workers and peasants' deputies, the more powerful will be the force of voluntary attraction to such a republic on the part of the working people of all nations. Complete freedom of secession, the broadest local and national autonomy, and elaborate guarantees of the rights of national minorities. This is the program of the revolutionary proletariat. Nationalization of the banks and capitalist syndicates. 15. Under no circumstances can the party of the proletariat set itself the aim of introducing socialism in a country of small peasants, so long as the overwhelming majority of the population has not come to realize the need for a socialist revolution. But only bourgeois sophists, hiding behind near-Marxist catchwords, can deduce from this truth a justification of the policy of postponing immediate revolutionary measures, the time for which is fully ripe, measures which have been frequently resorted to during the war by a number of bourgeois states, and which are absolutely indispensable in order to combat impending economic disorganization and famine. Such measures as the nationalization of the land, of all the banks and capitalist syndicates, or at least the immediate establishment of the control of the Soviets of workers' deputies, etc. over them, measures which do not in any way constitute the introduction of socialism, must be absolutely insisted on, and whenever possible, carried out in a revolutionary way. Without such measures, which are only steps towards socialism, and which are perfectly feasible economically, it will be impossible to heal the wounds caused by the war and to avert the impending collapse, and the party of the revolutionary proletariat will never hesitate to lay hands on the fabulous profits of the capitalists and bankers, who are enriching themselves on the war in a particularly scandalous manner. The situation within the Socialist International. 16. The international obligations of the working class of Russia are precisely now coming to the forefront with particular force. Only lazy people do not swear by internationalism these days. Even the chauvinist defensists, even Plekhanov and Patrusov, even Kerensky call themselves internationalists. It becomes the duty of the Proletarian Party all the more urgently, therefore, to clearly, precisely, and definitely counterpoise internationalism in deed to internationalism in word. Mere appeals to the workers of all countries, empty assurances of devotion to internationalism, direct or indirect attempts to fix a sequence of action by the revolutionary proletariat in the various belligerent countries, laborious efforts to conclude agreements between the socialists of the belligerent countries on the question of the revolutionary struggle, all the fuss over the summoning of socialist congresses for the purpose of a peace campaign, etc., etc. No matter how sincere the authors of such ideas, attempts, and plans may be, amount, as far as their objective significance is concerned, to mere phrasemongering, and at best, their innocent and pious wishes, fit only to conceal the deception of the people by the chauvinists. The French social chauvinists, who are the most adroit and accomplished in methods of parliamentary hocus-pocus, have long since broken the record for ranting and resonant pacifist and internationalist phrases, coupled with the incredibly brazen betrayal of socialism and the international, the acceptance of posts in governments which conduct the imperialist war, the voting of credits or loans, as Chekhaidze, Skobelev, Tseretelli, and Stelkov have been doing recently in Russia, opposition to the revolutionary struggle in their own country, etc., etc. Good people often forget the brutal and savage setting of the imperialist world war. This setting does not tolerate phrases and mocks at innocent and pious wishes. There is one, and only one, kind of real internationalism, and that is working wholeheartedly for the development of the revolutionary movement and the revolutionary struggle in one's own country, and supporting, by propaganda, sympathy, and material aid, this struggle, this and only this line in every country without exception, Everything else is deception and Manilovism. During the 2 odd years of the war, the international socialist and working class movement in every country has evolved 3 trends. Whoever ignores reality and refuses to recognize the existence of these 3 trends, to analyze them, to fight consistently for the trend that is really internationalist, is doomed to impotence, helplessness, and errors. The 3 trends are: 1. The social chauvinists, i.e. socialists in word and chauvinists in deed, people who support defense of the fatherland during an imperialist war, and above all, in the present imperialist war. These people are our class enemies. They've gone over to the bourgeoisie. They are the majority of the official leaders of the official social democratic parties in all countries: Plekhanov and company in Russia, the Scheidemans in Germany, Renadel, Gesda, and Samba in France, Bisalati and company in Italy, Hindman, the Fabians, and the Labourites, the leaders of the Labour Party in Britain, Branting and company in Sweden, Trelstra and his party in Holland, Stauning and his party in Denmark, Victor Berger and other defenders of the fatherland in America, and so forth. 2. The second trend, known as the center, consists of people who vacillate between the social chauvinists and the true internationalists. The center all vow and declare that they are Marxists and internationalists, that they're for peace, for bringing every kind of pressure to bear upon the governments, for demanding in every way that their own government should ascertain the will of the people for peace, that they are for all sorts of peace campaigns, for peace without annexations, etc., and for peace with the social chauvinists. The center is for unity. The center is opposed to a split. The center is a realm of honeyed petty bourgeois phrases, of internationalism in word and cowardly opportunism in fawning on the social chauvinists in deed. The crux of the matter is that the center is not convinced of the necessity for a revolution against one's own government. It does not preach revolution. It does not carry on a wholehearted revolutionary struggle, and in order to evade such a struggle, it resorts to the tritest, ultra-Marxist-sounding excuses. The social chauvinists are our class enemies. They are bourgeois within the working class movement. They represent a stratum, or groups or sections of the working class which objectively have been bribed by the bourgeoisie, by better wages, positions of honor, etc., and which help their own bourgeoisie to plunder and oppress small and weak peoples, and to fight for the division of the capitalist spoils. The center consists of routine worshippers, eroded by the canker of legality, corrupted by the parliamentary atmosphere, etc., bureaucrats accustomed to snug positions and soft jobs. Historically and economically speaking, they're not a separate stratum, but represent only a transition from a past phase of the working class movement, the phase between 1871 and 1914, which gave much that is valuable to the proletariat, particularly in the indispensable art of slow, sustained, and systematic organizational work on a large and very large scale, to a new phase that became objectively essential with the outbreak of the First Imperialist World War, which inaugurated the era of social revolution. The chief leader and spokesman of the center is Karl Kautsky, the most outstanding authority in the Second International, 1889 to 1914. Since August 1914, a model of utter bankruptcy as a Marxist, the embodiment of unheard-of spinelessness, and the most wretched vacillations and betrayals. This centrist trend includes Kautsky, Hasse, Ledebor, and the so-called workers' or labor group in the Reichstag. In France, it includes Longuet, Presseman, and the so-called minorities, Mensheviks in general. In Britain, Philip Snowden, Ramsay MacDonald, and many other leaders of the Independent Labour Party, and some leaders of the British Socialist Party, Maurice Hillquit and many others in the United States, Turati, Trev, Modigliani and others in Italy, Robert Grimm and others in Switzerland, Victor Adler and company in Austria, the party of the organizing committee, Axelrod, Martov, Chikaidze, from one class to another. Similarly, trends in political life are distinct, in spite of the fact that individuals may change freely from one trend to another, and in spite of all attempts and efforts to amalgamate trends. 3. The third trend, that of the true internationalist, is best represented by the Zimmerwald left. We reprint as a supplement its manifesto of September 1915 to enable the reader to learn of the inception of this trend at first hand. Its distinctive feature is its complete break with both social chauvinism and centrism, and its gallant revolutionary struggle against its own imperialist government and its own imperialist bourgeoisie. Its principle is, our chief enemy is at home. It wages a ruthless struggle against honeyed social pacifist phrases. A social pacifist is a socialist in word and a bourgeois pacifist in deed. Bourgeois pacifists dream of an everlasting peace without the overthrow of the yoke and domination of capital, and against all subterfuges employed to deny the possibility, or the appropriateness, or the timeliness of a proletarian revolutionary struggle and of a proletarian socialist revolution in connection with the present war. The most outstanding representative of this trend in Germany is the Spartacus Group, or the Internationale Group, to which Karl Liebknecht belongs. Karl Liebknecht is a most celebrated representative of this trend and of the new and genuine proletarian international. Karl Liebknecht called upon the workers and soldiers of Germany to turn their guns against their own government. Karl Liebknecht did that openly from the rostrum of Parliament, the Reichstag. He then went to a demonstration in Potsdamer Platz, one of the largest public squares in Berlin, with illegally printed leaflets proclaiming the slogan, "Down with the government." He was arrested and sentenced to hard labor. He is now serving his term in a German convict prison, like hundreds, if not thousands, of other true German socialists who have been imprisoned for their anti-war activities. Karl Liebknecht in his speeches and letters mercilessly attacked not only his own Plekhanovs and Patrusovs, Scheidemans, Legines, Davids, and company, but also his own centrists, his own Chakaidzes and Tseretellis, Kautsky, Hasse, Ledebauer, and company. Karl Liebknecht and his friend Otto Rühle, 2 out of 110 deputies, violated discipline, destroyed the unity with the center and the chauvinists, and went against all of them. Liebknecht alone represents socialism, the proletarian cause, the proletarian revolution. All the rest of German social democracy, to quote the apt words of Rosa Luxemburg, also a member and one of the leaders of the Spartacus Group, is a, quote, stinking corpse. Another group of true internationalists in Germany is that of the Bremen paper, Arbeiterpolitik. Closest to the internationalists indeed are, in France, Loriot and his friends, Borderon and Merheim, have slid down to social pacifism, as well as the Frenchman Henri Guilbeault, who publishes in Geneva the journal Demain. In Britain, the newspaper The Trade Unionist, and some of the members of the British Socialist Party and of the Independent Labour Party, for instance, Russell Williams, who openly called for a break with the leaders who have betrayed socialism. The Scottish socialist schoolteacher Maclean, who was sentenced to hard labor by the bourgeois government of Britain for his revolutionary fight against the war, and hundreds of British socialists who are in jail for the same offense. They, and they alone, are internationalists indeed. In the United States, the Socialist Labor Party, and those within the Opportunist Socialist Party, who in January 1917 began publication of the paper The Internationalist. In Holland, the party of the Tribunists, which publishes the paper De Tribune, Pannekoek, Herman Gorder, Weenkoop, and Henrietta Roland Host, who, although centrist at Zimmerwald, has now joined our ranks. In Sweden, the party of the Young, or the Left, Swedish Social Democrats, led by Lindhagen, Ture Nerman, Carlson, Strom, and Z. Holmglund, who at Zimmerwald was personally active in the organization of the Zimmerwald Left, and who is now in prison for his revolutionary fight against the war. In Denmark, Trier and his friends, who have left the now purely bourgeois, quote, Social Democratic Party of Denmark, headed by the minister Stauning. In Bulgaria, the Tesniaki. In Italy, the nearest are Constantino Lazzari, secretary of the party, and Sarati, editor of the central organ Avanti. In Poland, Radek, Hanecki, and other leaders of the Social Democrats united under the regional executive, and Rosa Luxemburg, Tishka, and other leaders of the Social Democrats united under the chief executive, so executive bodies of the Social Democrats in the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania. In Switzerland, those of the left who drew up the argument for the referendum, January 1917, in order to fight the social chauvinists, and the center in their own country, and who, at the Zurich Cantonal Socialist Convention, held at TUS on February 11, 1917, moved a consistently revolutionary resolution against the war. In Austria, the young left-wing friends of Friedrich Adler, who acted partly through the Karl Marx Club in Vienna, now closed by the arch-reactionary Austrian government, which is ruining Adler's life for his heroic, though ill-considered, shooting at a minister, and so on. It is not a question of shades of opinion, which certainly exist even among the lefts. It is a question of trend. The thing is that it is not easy to be an internationalist indeed during a terrible imperialist war. Such people are few, but it is on such people alone that the future of socialism depends. They alone are the leaders of the people, and not their corruptors. The distinction between the reformists and the revolutionaries, among the social democrats and socialists generally, was objectively bound to undergo a change under the conditions of the imperialist war. Those who confine themselves to demanding that the bourgeois governments should conclude peace or ascertain the will of the peoples for peace, etc., are actually slipping into reforms. For, objectively, the problem of the war can only be solved in a revolutionary way. There is no possibility of this war ending in a democratic, non-coercive peace, or of the people being relieved of the burden of billions paid in interest to the capitalists, who have made fortunes out of the war, except through a revolution of the proletariat. The most varied reforms can and must be demanded of the bourgeois governments, but one cannot, without sinking to Manilovism and reformism, demand that people and classes entangled by the thousands of threads of imperialist capital should tear those threads. And unless they're torn, all talk of a war against war is idle and deceitful prattle. The Kautskyists, the Center, are revolutionaries in word and reformists in deed. They are internationalists in word and accomplices of the social chauvinists in deed. The collapse of the Zimmerwald International, the need for founding a third international. 17. From the very outset, Zimmerwald International adopted a vacillating, Kautskyite centrist position, which immediately compelled the Zimmerwald left to dissociate itself, to separate itself from the rest, and to issue its own manifesto, published in Switzerland in Russian, German, and French. Comment, you can find that here at the channel, Socialism for All. The chief shortcoming of the Zimmerwald International, and the cause of its collapse, for politically and ideologically it has already collapsed, was its vacillation and indecision on such a momentous issue of crucial practical significance as that of breaking completely with social chauvinism and the old Social Chauvinist International, headed by van der Velde and Huysmans at The Hague, Holland, etc. It is not as yet known in Russia that the Zimmerwald majority are nothing but Kautskyites, yet this is the fundamental fact, one which cannot be ignored, and which is now generally known in Western Europe. Even that chauvinist, that extreme German chauvinist, Heilmann, editor of the ultra-chauvinistic Chemnitzer Volksstimme, and contributor to Parvis's ultra-chauvinistic Glocke, a social democrat, of course, and an ardent partisan of social democratic, quote, unity, was compelled to acknowledge in the press that the center, or Kautskyism, and the Zimmerwald majority were one and the same thing. This fact was definitely established at the end of 1916 and the beginning of 1917. Although social pacifism was condemned by the Kiental Manifesto, the whole Zimmerwald right, the entire Zimmerwald majority, sank to social pacifism. Kautsky and Company, in a series of utterances in January and February 1917, Borderon and Merheim in France, who cast their votes in unanimity with the social chauvinists for the pacifist resolutions of the Socialist Party, December 1916, and of the Confédération Générale du Travail, the national organization of the French trade unions, also in December 1916, Turati and Company in Italy, where the entire party took up a social pacifist position, while Turati himself, in a speech delivered on December 17, 1916, quote, slipped, not by accident of course, into nationalist phrases, whitewashing the imperialist war. In January 1917, the chairman of the Zimmerwald and Kiental conferences, Robert Grimm, joined the social chauvinists in his own party, Greulich, Pflüger, Gustav Mümmler, and others, against the internationalists indeed. At two conferences of Zimmerwaldists from various countries in January and February 1917, this equivocal, double-faced behavior of the Zimmerwald majority was formally stigmatized by the left internationalists of several countries, by Münzenberg, secretary of the International Youth Organization and editor of the excellent internationalist publication Die Jugend Internationale, by Zinoviev, representative of the Central Committee of our party, by K. Radek of the Polish Social Democratic Party, or regional executive, and by Hartstein, a German social democrat and member of the Spartacus group. Much is given to the Russian proletariat. Nowhere in the world has the working class yet succeeded in developing so much revolutionary energy as in Russia. But to whom much is given, of him much is required. The Zimmerwald bog can no longer be tolerated. It must not, for the sake of the Zimmerwald Kautskyites, continue the semi-alliance with the chauvinist international of the Plekhanovs and Scheidemans. We must break with this international immediately. We must remain in Zimmerwald only for purposes of information. It is we who must found, and right now, without delay, a new, revolutionary, proletarian international, or rather, we must not fear to acknowledge publicly that this new international is already established and operating. This is the international of those internationalists indeed, whom I precisely listed above. They, and they alone, are representatives of the revolutionary, internationalist mass, and not their corruptors. And if socialists of that type are few, let every Russian worker ask himself whether there were really many class-conscious revolutionaries in Russia on the eve of the February to March Revolution of 1917. It is not a question of numbers, but of giving correct expression to the ideas and policies of the truly revolutionary proletariat. The thing is not to proclaim internationalism, but to be able to be an internationalist indeed, even when times are most trying. Let us not deceive ourselves with hopes of agreements and international congresses. As long as the imperialist war is on, international discourse is held in the iron vice of the military dictatorship of the imperialist bourgeoisie. If even the Republican Milyukov, who was obliged to tolerate the parallel government of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, did not allow Fritz Platen, the Swiss socialist, secretary of the party, an internationalist and participant in Zimmerwald and Kiental conferences, to enter Russia in April 1917, in spite of the fact that Platen has a Russian wife and was on his way to visit his wife's relatives, and in spite of the fact that he had taken part in the Revolution of 1905 in Riga, for which he had been confined in a Russian prison, had given bail to the Tsarist government for his release, and wished to recover that bail. If the Republican Milyukov could do such a thing in April 1917 in Russia, one can judge what value can be put on the promises and assurances, the phrases and declarations of the bourgeoisie on the subject of peace without annexations, and soon. And the arrest of Trotsky by the British government, and the refusal to allow Martov to leave Switzerland, and the attempt to lure him to Britain, where Trotsky's fate awaits him. Let us harbor no illusions. We must not deceive ourselves. To wait for international congresses or conferences is simply to betray internationalism, since it has been shown that even from Stockholm, neither socialists loyal to internationalism nor even their letters are allowed to come here, although this is quite possible and although a ferocious military censorship exists. Our party must not wait, but must immediately found a third international. Hundreds of socialists imprisoned in Germany and Britain will then heave a sigh of relief. Thousands and thousands of German workers who are now holding strikes and demonstrations that are frightening that scoundrel and brigand, Wilhelm, will learn from illegal leaflets of our decision, of our fraternal confidence in Karl Liebknecht, and in him alone, of our decision to fight revolutionary defensism even now. They will read this and be strengthened in their revolutionary internationalism. To whom much is given, of him much is required. No other country in the world is as free as Russia is now. Let us make use of this freedom, not to advocate support for the bourgeoisie or bourgeois revolutionary defensism, but in a bold, honest, proletarian, Liebknecht way to found the Third International, an international uncompromisingly hostile both to the social chauvinist traitors and to the vacillating centrists. After what has been said, there is no need to waste many words explaining that the amalgamation of social democrats in Russia is out of the question. It is better to remain with one friend only, like Liebknecht, and that means remaining with the revolutionary proletariat, than to entertain even for a moment any thought of amalgamation with the party of the organizing committee, with Chekaidze and Tseretelli, who can tolerate a bloc with Patrusov and Robochaya Gazeta, who voted for the loan in the executive committee of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies, and who have sunk to defensism. Let the dead bury their dead. Whoever wants to help the waverers must first stop wavering himself. What should be the name of our party? One that will be correct scientifically and help to clarify the mind of the proletariat politically. 19. I now come to the final point, the name of our party. We must call ourselves the Communist Party, just as Marx and Engels called themselves. We must repeat that we are Marxists, and that we take as our basis the Communist Manifesto, which has been distorted and betrayed by the Social Democrats on its two main points. 1. The working men have no country. Defense of the fatherland in an imperialist war is a betrayal of socialism. And 2. The Marxist doctrine of the state has been distorted by the Second International. The name social democracy is scientifically incorrect, as Marx frequently pointed out, in particular in the Critique of the Gotha program in 1975, and as Engels reaffirmed in a more popular form in 1894. From capitalism, mankind can pass directly only to socialism, i.e. to the social ownership of the means of production and the distribution of products according to the amount of work performed by each individual. Our party looks further ahead. Socialism must inevitably evolve gradually into communism, upon the banner of which is inscribed the motto, from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. That is my first argument. Here is the second. The second part of the name of our party, Social Democrats, is also scientifically incorrect. Democracy is a form of state, whereas we Marxists are opposed to every kind of state. The leaders of the Second International, 1889 to 1914, Plekhanov, Kautsky, and their like, have vulgarized and distorted Marxism. Marxism differs from anarchism in that it recognizes the need for a state for the purpose of the transition to socialism, but, and here's where we differ from Kautsky and company, not a state of the type of the usual parliamentary bourgeois republic, but a state like the Paris Commune of 1871 and the Soviets of Workers' Deputies of 1905 and 1917. My third argument, living reality, the revolution, has already actually established in our country, albeit in a weak and embryonic form, precisely this new type of state, which is not a state in the proper sense of the word. This is already a matter of the practical action of the people, and not merely a theory of the leaders. The state, in the proper sense of the term, is domination over the people by contingents of armed men divorced from the people. Our emergent, new state is also a state, for we too need contingents of armed men. We too need the strictest order, and must ruthlessly crush by force all attempts at either a czarist or a Guchkov bourgeois counter-revolution. But our emergent, new state is no longer a state in the proper sense of the term, for in some parts of Russia these contingents of armed men are the masses themselves, the entire people, and not certain privileged persons placed over the people and divorced from the people, and for all practical purposes undisplaceable. We must look forward, and not backward, to the usual bourgeois type of democracy, which consolidated the rule of the bourgeoisie with the aid of the old, monarchist organs of administration, the police, the army, and the bureaucracy. We must look forward to the emergent new democracy, which is already ceasing to be a democracy, for democracy means the domination of the people, and the armed people cannot dominate themselves. The term democracy is not only scientifically incorrect when applied to a communist party, it has now, since March 1917, simply become blinders put on the eyes of the revolutionary people, and preventing them from boldly and freely, on their own initiative, building up the new, the Soviets of Workers, Peasants, and all other deputies, as the sole power in the, quote, state, and as the harbinger of the withering away of the state in every form. My fourth argument. We must reckon with the actual situation in which socialism finds itself internationally. It is not what it was during the years 1871 to 1914, when Marx and Engels knowingly put up with the inaccurate, opportunist term social democracy. For in those days, after the defeat of the Paris Commune, history made slow organizational and educational work the task of the day. Nothing else was possible. The anarchists were then, as they are now, fundamentally wrong, not only theoretically, but also economically and politically. The anarchists misjudged the character of the times, for they failed to understand the world situation. The worker of Britain corrupted by imperialist profits, the Commune defeated in Paris, the recent 1871 triumph of the bourgeois national movement in Germany, the age-long sleep of semi-feudal Russia. Marx and Engels gauged the times accurately. They understood the international situation. They understood that the approach to the beginning of the social revolution must be slow. We, in our turn, must also understand the specific features and tasks of the new era. Let us not imitate those sorry Marxists of whom Marx said, quote, "I have sown dragon's teeth and harvested fleas." The objective inevitability of capitalism, which grew into imperialism, brought about the imperialist war. The war has brought mankind to the brink of a precipice, to the brink of the destruction of civilization, of the brutalization and destruction of more millions, countless millions of human beings. The only way out is through a proletarian revolution. At the very moment when such a revolution is beginning, when it is taking its first hesitant, groping steps betraying too great a confidence in the bourgeoisie, at such a moment the majority, that is the truth, that is the fact, of the social democratic leaders, of the social democratic parliamentarians, of the social democratic newspapers, and these are precisely the organs that influence the people, have deserted socialism, have betrayed socialism, and have gone over to the side of their own national bourgeoisie. The people have been confused, led astray, and deceived by these leaders. And we shall aid and abet that deception if we retain the old and out-of-date party name, which is as decayed as the Second International. Granted that many workers understand social democracy in an honest way, but it is time to learn how to distinguish the subjective from the objective. Subjectively, such social democratic workers are most loyal leaders of the proletarians. Objectively, however, the world situation is such that the old name of our party makes it easier to fool the people and impedes the onward march. For at every step, in every paper, in every parliamentary group, the masses see leaders, i.e. people whose voices carry farthest and whose actions are most conspicuous. Yet they are all would-be social democrats. They are all for unity with the betrayers of socialism, with the social chauvinists, and they are all presenting for payment the old bills issued by social democracy. And what are the arguments against? Well, we'll be confused with the anarcho-communists, they say. But why are we not afraid of being confused with the social nationalists, the social liberals, or the radical socialists, the foremost bourgeois party in the French Republic and the most adroit in the bourgeois deception of the people? We're told the people are used to it. The workers have come to love their social democratic party. That's the only argument. But it is an argument that dismisses the science of Marxism, the tasks of the morrow in the revolution, the objective position of world socialism, the shameful collapse of the Second International, and the harm done to the practical cause by the packs of would-be social democrats who surround the proletarians. It's an argument of routinism, an argument of inertia, an argument of stagnation. But we are out to rebuild the world. We are out to put an end to the imperialist world war, into which hundreds of millions of people have been drawn, and in which the interests of billions and billions of capital are involved. A war which cannot end in a truly democratic peace without the greatest proletarian revolution in the history of mankind. Yet we are afraid of our own selves. We are loath to cast off the dear old soiled shirt. But it is time to cast off the soiled shirt and to put on clean linen. Petrograd, April 10, 1917. There's also a postscript. My pamphlet has become out of date owing to the general economic disorganization and the inefficiency of the St. Petersburg presses. The pamphlet was written on April 10, 1917, but today is May 28, and it has not come out yet. It was written as a draft platform to propagandize my views before the All-Russia Conference of our party, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party of Bolsheviks. The pamphlet was typed in several copies and handed out to party members before and during the conference, so that it did its job in part. But the conference took place from April 24 to April 29. Its resolutions have long since been published, see supplement to Soldatskaya Pravda number 13, and the attentive reader will have noticed that my pamphlet often served as the original draft of those resolutions. It is left for me to express the hope that the pamphlet will still be of some value because of its connection with those resolutions and because it explains them, and to deal here with 2 points. I suggested on page 27 that we remain in Simmerwald only for purposes of information. The conference did not agree with me on this point, and I had to vote against the resolution on the International. It is now becoming obvious that the conference made a mistake, and that the course taken by events will soon correct it. By remaining in Simmerwald, we, even against our will, are helping delay the creation of the Third International. We are indirectly hampering its foundation, being burdened with the dead ballast of the ideologically and politically dead Zimmerwald. In the eyes of the working class parties of the whole world, our party's position is now such that it is our duty to found a Third International without delay. Today, there is nobody but us to do it, and procrastination can only do harm. If we remain in Simmerwald for information only, we shall have our hands freed to establish the new international, and at the same time be able to use Simmerwald should circumstances make it possible. Because of the mistake made by the conference, we must now wait passively, at least until July 5, 1917, the date set for the Zimmerwald Conference, provided it is not postponed again. It has already been postponed once. The decision unanimously adopted by the Central Committee of our party after the conference and published in Pravda number 55 on May 12 has, however, gone halfway towards correcting the mistake. It has been resolved that we shall walk out of Zimmerwald if they decide to confer with ministers. I express the hope that the other half of the mistake will be speedily remedied as soon as we convene the First International Conference of Lefts, the third trend, the internationalists indeed, see above. The second point I must deal with is the formation of the Coalition Cabinet on May 6, 1917. On this point, the pamphlet may seem to be particularly out of date. But actually on this of all points, it is not out of date at all. It is based wholly on the class analysis, a thing that the Mensheviks and Narodniks, who have provided 6 ministers as hostages to the 10 capitalist ministers, stand in deadly fear of. And it is because the pamphlet is based wholly on a class analysis that it is not out of date. The only change made by Tseretelli, Chernov and company joining the cabinet was an insignificant one in the form of the agreement between the Petrograd Soviet and the capitalist government, and I deliberately stressed in my pamphlet that I am, quote, referring not so much to the formal agreement as to actual support. With each passing day, it is becoming clearer that Tseretelli, Chernov and company are nothing more than hostages to the capitalists, that the renewed government is neither willing nor able to carry out any of its abundant promises, either in foreign or domestic policies. Chernov, Tseretelli and company have committed political suicide by turning into assistants of the capitalists, into people who are actually strangling the revolution. Kerensky has come so low as to use force against the masses. Quoting from page 9 of the pamphlet, quote, Guchkov is still only threatening to employ violence against the mass, but Kerensky had to carry out those threats. Chernov, Tseretelli and company have killed themselves and their parties, the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries, politically. The people will realize this more and more clearly as the days go by. The coalition cabinet is only a passing moment in the development of the fundamental class contradictions of our revolution, briefly analyzed in the pamphlet. The situation cannot last long. We must either go backward to counter-revolution all along the line, or forward to the transfer of state power to other classes. At a time of revolution, when the imperialist world war is in progress, we cannot stand still. And Lenin, St. Petersburg, May 28, 1917. By the way, there is a footnote there about Kerensky's use of violence. Lenin is referring to the order by War Minister Kerensky, published on May 11, 1917, containing a declaration of the rights of the soldier, in which there was a point allowing a superior officer to use military force in cases of insubordination in the field. This point was aimed against soldiers and officers who refused to go into the attack. Simultaneously with the promulgation of this order, Kerensky started to disband regiments and prosecute officers and soldiers guilty of inciting to insubordination. I'd like to add to this also, there is more discussion of this and what would eventually become the Kornilov Revolt, in which Kerensky was a conspirator. Later in the summer of 1917, as the Russian war effort became more desperate, more and more soldiers were protesting or refusing to follow orders, basically as the Bolsheviks were agitating to turn the imperialist war into a war against the imperialists. There was basically a plot for martial law to establish the death penalty for soldiers at the front, and then also for soldiers at the rear, and then also to militarize all the munitions factories and other supply lines. So basically just full-on martial law to sustain or attempt to sustain Russia's involvement in World War I. For more on that, see Stalin's The Plot Against the Revolution and Lenin's The Tasks of the Revolution, both of which are available on the channel. And that's it. That's the end of the audiobook. I don't actually have more comments on this. I think I've said what I felt like saying previously. I just want to add that this particular reading, it's in, of course, the list of all audiobooks by all authors. It's in the list of works by Lenin. It's in the playlist about USSR and Russian history. It's also in the playlist of Politsturm International. They are another YouTube channel that is Marxist-Leninist in their outlook, and they have a recommended reading list, and I decided to put together a version of that playlist here on the channel. It's still missing a few pieces, but this is to be found in that playlist. So, what do you think? Leave a question or comment below. We'll continue the discussion there as always. And thanks for listening. Also, thanks to the patrons whose names are on the screen. If you'd like to get your name on the screen, head to patreon.com/socialismforall. Every donation is encouraging. They're also materially helpful. We don't run ads or sponsorships on this channel. So it really does come down to the patron support. It's vital. It's encouraging. It is just really wonderful to see. We recently crossed 10,000 subscribers here on the channel. It's nice to see all the interest and support for learning about socialism at a time of massive global crisis for advanced capitalism. I'm seeing growth in a truly socialist left, which I think in another 5 to 7 years is going to be really impressive. So keep at it. Like, share, subscribe. All that stuff helps YouTube to recommend this content to more people. Of course, join the struggle in your local area, whether that's labor unions, political parties, tenant unions, community organizing, whatever it is, get involved. And if you're really living in the middle of nowhere, you can at least join something at the state, county, or maybe national level. Get involved that way. There's also, Discord servers where people discuss literature, book clubs, stuff like that, or just, discuss general theorizing, strategy, questions, things like that. There's a lot of stuff emerging. It wasn't here 10 or 15 years ago. I know because I was around then and looking. These are positive developments, and let's just keep it coming. All right, thanks again, and we will catch you in the next video.
Alright guys, thank you so much for watching. Been at it for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Well, you guys have